Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. US and Iranian negotiators finish talks in Rome with reports of some progress. Israel's Prime Minister accuses the UK, France and Canada of siding with Hamas. A federal judge blocks the Trump administration's decision to bar foreign students from enrolling at Harvard just hours after the university sues. Now to our top story. The latest round of US and Iran nuclear talks have finished in Rome today. The Omani foreign minister, who mediated the talks, said they concluded with some but not conclusive progress, adding that he hoped the remaining issues will be clarified in the coming days. President Donald Trump is pressing for strict limits on Iran's ability to enrich uranium, part of a wider push to prevent a nuclear arms race. For more on this, I'm joined by Jason Brodsky, Policy Director of United Against a Nuclear Iran. Jason, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. So the talks have concluded with some but not conclusive progress. When President Donald Trump was visiting Qatar, he said he believed Iran had agreed to key conditions. Is there anything firm we can hang some hope on today?
I don't think so, and it's great to be with you. I would say that the some but not conclusive progress is really a standard readout. It's the rule, not the exception, for how negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran go on the nuclear file. So I think that there was not a breakthrough, but not a breakdown at this juncture. I think both sides want to continue this process, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're any closer to bridging the gaps on the positions. The U.S. is demanding zero enrichment in Iran, but the Islamic Republic wants to try to lure President Trump into a JCPOA 2.0, despite the president rightfully repudiating that original JCPOA agreement.
And I just want to take a step back and set a backdrop to these talks by referencing various reports suggesting that Israel is preparing to strike Iran's nuclear sites. How legitimate are these concerns, and what will the consequences be?
Well, I think Israel is absolutely preparing for a potential military strike. It's been doing so for years, so I don't think that that's anything really new. I do think that it's in the interest of the United States to dangle Israel's preparations publicly in the development of a credible military threat, as that aids and complements diplomacy with the Islamic Republic. And traditionally, that's been the case to try to get the Islamic Republic to agree to the U.S. conditions in this negotiating process. So that's part of the calculation as to why you're seeing public reports as to Israel's preparations for a potential military strike on the Islamic Republic's nuclear program.
Jason, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei earlier this week said Tehran won't seek permission from anyone to enrich uranium and called US statements nonsense. So you touched on a few points there, but what are the major sticking points right now in these talks?
Well, I think the Islamic Republic of Iran has been operating under the assumption that they could get President Trump to agree to a repackaged version of the same JCPOA that he withdrew from in 2018. But I think recent statements from U.S. officials have really given Tehran a rude awakening, that they are not necessarily going to revert to that Obama-era playbook. And the U.S. position that has been expressed by President Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Witkoff, is that zero enrichment is a red line for the United States. And you also hear House and Senate Republicans in the United States reinforcing and backing up that messaging. So right now there's a chorus of voices in Washington all singing from the same song sheet that there must be zero enrichment in Iran as a part of this deal.
But let's be honest, Jason, Iran is never going to accept that, are they?
Well, I think that we don't know that. there needs to be a more concerted pressure campaign against the Islamic Republic if it's not prepared to accept that. The U.S. is allowed to have red lines, and so is the Islamic Republic in these negotiations. But it is not the United States that has to face an economic crisis, an energy crisis, a crisis of confidence between state and society, as well as a deterrence crisis. That is the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the United States doesn't need these talks. The Islamic Republic does, and that's why you will see the Iran, despite complaining publicly that their red line is a limited enrichment program in Iran. Despite that, they will continue this negotiating process because they need it to continue for as long as possible, because the process itself is a shield from pressure and military strikes as well.
With the ongoing war in the Middle East, which we've been touching on, does Iran have any leverage at all in these negotiations?
Iran has leverage. Iran has diminished leverage, though. Iran has elements of its proxy and partner network that are still in place. The Houthis, despite being degraded by U.S. airstrikes, are still a force in Yemen. The Iranians also have the Iraqi Shia militias as well. But that is only that's really a shell of its former self in terms of all the losses that the Islamic Republic has faced over the last year plus, with Hamas being decimated, Hezbollah being badly degraded, the Assad regime being ousted in Syria, and now there have been reports that some pro-Iran factions of the Palestinian militant groups have been asked to leave Syria. So that's a shock for the Islamic Republic as well, and a setback for its regional agenda. So these have all been losses here, and that's not even getting to touching the domestic picture inside Iran, with economic problems, energy problems, water problems, and the list goes on. So they are in a very dire state, and that's why they need this negotiating process to continue for as long as possible.
Jason Brodsky, Policy Director of United Against Nuclear Iran. Fascinating to have your insights. I appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Now, a prisoner exchange between Russia and Ukraine has been taking place today as a result of initial talks in Turkey last week. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the first stage of the 1,000 for 1,000 prisoner swap has now been completed. So far, both sides have swapped 390 prisoners of war each. It's been described as the biggest prisoner exchange since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. I'm now joined by John Cavillage, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. First of all, how big of a deal is this prisoner swap between Russia and Ukraine? 1,000 detainees each is no small number.
It is an impressive number. It is the largest of the multiple prisoner exchanges that have taken place now into the fourth year of the Russian-Ukraine war. The fact that it was an item on the agenda for the meeting in Istanbul demonstrates that the Russians and the Ukrainians can sit in a room. They can agree on a particular issue. They can formulate a solution to the issue. They can implement the issue or implement the solution. So it is a big day, particularly when you look at it from the human side of it, which is, let's say those 1,000 people on each side, that they have families and immediate families and extended families. And let's say there may be 5 or 10 people per each. So today, 5,000 to 10,000 people are feeling better than they did yesterday. So that's a good thing.
Yes, absolutely. John, President Trump acknowledged the exchange and suggested it might actually signal progress towards a broader peace deal. From your perspective, how significant is this exchange in context of these ongoing peace efforts we have discussed a few times on the show?
I think we would all like it to be a flag that demonstrates that both Russia and Ukraine are on a a trajectory. And President Trump, of course, he gravitates toward anything that he hears as the largest and the biggest. So it wasn't a surprise that he would issue the statement he did. And then also with his usual enthusiasm, I hope it leads to something else. Unfortunately, at the moment, as President Trump himself has said publicly and maybe more so privately, that he doesn't see a great trajectory for anything substantial, primarily because, as he's reported to have said to some of the EU leaders and President Zelensky, that President Putin believes he's winning, so therefore, why give in to anything? So I'm not optimistic that this particular prisoner swap will lead to anything larger. However, it should lead to a continuation of prisoner swaps, and maybe those will get larger and larger, which is also good.
And this all happened without a ceasefire in place. How tricky is it to pull off something like this when the fighting hasn't stopped?
Yeah, the governments have been very good at this. In this particular case, Belarus is involved, where the Russian exchanged people, the military folks and the civilians will go through Belarus, then to Russia. So, in 4 years, the Russians and the Ukrainians have gotten good at killing each other, and they've also gotten good at exchanging with each other and making certain that what they agreed to is implemented. So, as I said, I'm not, optimistic that this will lead to a tremendous amount of other things. However, the fact that it did take place without a ceasefire is somewhat problematic, because President Trump initially said he wanted a 30-day ceasefire. President Zelensky then agreed, reluctantly, but agreed. President Putin, was vacillating, but then eventually, he's not interested. The more that the two countries can get done without a ceasefire puts more pressure on Ukraine, more pressure on the U.S., more pressure on NATO, EU countries to say, all right, if he's not going to stop, then we're just going to have to play it the way President Putin wants it to be played. It's unpleasant, but that's one of the downsides of doing something good, which this prisoner exchange was.
And John, do you think this prisoner swap could open the door for more countries like the US to play a bigger role in getting both sides to the table? You just mentioned there NATO, you also mentioned the UK. We mustn't forget that Europe is also being heavily involved in this.
Yeah, and that also is a problem, because President Zelensky has always said, I want everyone at the table behind me, so that on the other side of the table, President Putin can see it's not just Ukraine you're negotiating with and that you have to satisfy, it's everyone supporting Ukraine. President Putin's perspective is, no, I don't think we need third parties or fourth parties. This is between you, Volodymyr, and me, Vladimir. And so it sets up a challenge, because the EU has wanted to be a part of the process. They wanted to be a part of the process in Saudi Arabia. They wanted to be a part of the process in Turkey, and they weren't. Some NATO members, the same thing. President Trump, of course, has said, look, I just want to sort of help push them both together, but I'm really not interested in hashing out the details. I just want it all to stop. So, my guess is that, from President Putin is going to probably have the upper hand here by saying to the Ukrainians, look, there's no reason for other people. You want to talk to people on the side, be our guest. But when it comes to the next round of negotiations and discussions, it's going to be you across from us, and, maybe the host country will be there. So that that presents some problems, particularly ego problems among some of these heads of state and heads of government, where they feel, hey, we put a lot of money into supporting Ukraine. We put a lot of pain for our own taxpayers in terms of the sanctions on Russia, which have harmed taxpayers in terms of higher energy costs and that. So we should be at the table. But in the end, the war, yes, it's a proxy war, but it is a war between Russia and Ukraine, and they have to be the ones to say no more.
John Cavalier, Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. It's always brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accused UK, French and Canadian leaders of siding with Hamas by condemning Israel's recent military actions in Gaza. His comments come after a deadly shooting at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., where 2 staff members were killed. The attacker reportedly shouted, "Free Palestine." We can now go live to London to speak to our correspondent there, Ollie Barrett. Ollie, thank you so much for joining us. A horrendous attack in Washington, but what has Downing Street had to say about Netanyahu's latest comments?
Well, the response, Leigh Ann, from Downing Street has been to point to the condemnation from Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, but also other government figures of that attack, of that incident in Washington. We've been hearing today from Luke Pollard, a government minister, has been doing the broadcast round of interviews. He's been pressed on the UK position when it comes to any response to Benjamin Netanyahu's criticism. And again, he pointed towards Keir Starmer, insisting that the shooting was anti-Semitic. That's how Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, described it on Thursday. Luke Pollard saying that he condemns fully the murders of the Israeli diplomats in the United States and stressing that the Prime Minister had done so publicly as well. But Luke Pollard, the minister speaking for the government today, and Downing Street and other government ministers over the last 48 hours have been very clear to stress that they will continue to say to Israel that they believe that the expansion of military operations in Gaza is the wrong way to proceed, and that they will also call on Israel, continue to call on Israel to expand the amount of aid and food that's being allowed into Gaza.
Ollie, Netanyahu accused the 3 leaders of being on the wrong side of justice, humanity and also history. How fragile is the relationship right now between Israel and its so-called allies?
I think it's more fragile than it has been for some time. Certainly relations between the UK and Israel are at a recent low. It was very clear from about Monday this week when Keir Starmer was asked in a press conference actually about something else entirely, about the situation in Gaza, and he came out with very strong language, stronger language than we had seen for some time. It was clear at that point that the UK tone and position towards Israel was starting to shift, that patience was low with Israel and its actions inside Gaza. But we've also, of course, seen that statement from the French and the Canadians along with the British. We've been hearing from Germany today, insisting that it believes that the amount of aid that has been allowed into Gaza is too little, too late and too slow, is how it's been described by the German government spokesperson today. It appears that privately there may be some patience sapping in parts of the Trump administration too. So I think you're quite right to point to really strained ties at the moment between Israel and some of those countries that up to now, since October the 7th, have been its strongest backers and strongest supporters.
Indeed, Ollie. Earlier this week, the UK promised £4 million in humanitarian aid to Gaza. As you just mentioned, Starmer's government has been heavily critical of the lack of trucks crossing into the Strip. What more do we know about this humanitarian aid?
Well, this is something that the government continues to stress here in the UK, that it will continue to talk to Israel about, but also continue to talk to other allies about as well. It's been described, the humanitarian situation in Gaza this week, by the UK government, by Keir Starmer and his Foreign Secretary David Lammy as well, as intolerable. They have been very critical of the pace at which aid has been allowed into the Gaza Strip. And when David Lammy gave a statement to the House of Commons in the middle of this week, the Foreign Secretary told MPs that the UK would continue to press Israel to make sure that more aid was being allowed into Gaza. That remains the UK government's position today, also working with NGOs and charities and diplomatic formations in the region to try and make sure that the push from Britain for as much aid as possible continues. As I say, that is very much a position from the UK government that's been re-stressed today.
Ollie Barrett in London, always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for joining us. We can now go to Gaza to speak to Dr. Tomo Potokar. Good evening to you, Doctor. Thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. You've described the situation in Gaza as horrific. Can you tell me more about the conditions you're witnessing on a daily basis?
Yes, thanks. Good evening. So, I mean, there's a number of things happening. One, we have a very dense population density, because Gaza Strip, as you know, is very, very small geographically, and within that, there's approximately 2 million people. There's bombardments going on every single day. They start early in the morning, sometimes 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And they're pretty much continual on and off throughout the day. There's a huge amount of destruction of infrastructure. So I'm in Khan Yunis at the moment, and many, many, many buildings have been destroyed and flattened. Because of the evacuation order this week, large number of people have had to flee. They're trying to flee to the Al-Mawasi area, which is the so-called protected area, although, as we know, there have also been attacks there, and it's extremely overcrowded there and very difficult to find space. And then on top of that, we have the blockade, which means that people have been extremely hungry, been starving, been malnourished. So when you add all these together, we've got a huge displaced population, many of them displaced many times. They're malnourished. And on top of that, a lot of them are getting wounded and injured in this constant bombardment.
Dr. Tomo, given the destruction of the facilities like the burns unit at Nasser Hospital, how are medical teams like yourself actually adapting to the situation, and how are you able to treat patients and make sure that everyone is safe and also has nutrition to recover?
Well, the short answer is we can't. We certainly can't make sure everybody is safe, and we certainly can't make sure everyone has nutrition to the amount required. So what we can do is the best with what we've got. So yes, the burns unit was struck earlier in the week. So this had obviously a significant impact on being able to treat the patients there, because they've now had to be transferred to different areas across the strip to different, across the hospital, which means they're not all in the same place, which means it's much more difficult to look after them because you haven't got a dedicated team because they're spread out everywhere. We don't have necessarily the amount of dressings that we would like to treat these patients. So we can treat them, but we can't treat them to the standard which we would like to treat them, and not to the standards that they are used to in peacetime, for example. So it's not that we can't do anything. We have to do something. We cannot just leave these people, but clearly we can't do as well as we would like to, given the circumstances.
And you've urged world leaders to stop talking and to do something. Today, the UN chief has said Israel has only let in a teaspoon of aid so far. It's demanding more, but is just saying this simply enough? Should more actions be taken right now?
Well, I'm a surgeon, I'm a humanitarian, I'm not a politician, but I think, we can see the world over that there's a lot of people out on the streets. There's a lot of anger about what is going on. And I think there's also a lot of anger at world leaders across the globe, not just in specific one or two countries, but across the globe that come out with statements, often repeating pretty much the same thing. We condemn this, we condemn that, we demand that this must happen. But they're just words, and they've been going on for a long, long time, and nothing on the ground has changed. So I think there is, yes, people are feeling very much that the rest of the world is not really doing anything on a concrete basis to affect any sort of change here.
And Dr. Tomo, I'm just obviously listening to you speaking to me, and it's extremely emotional, the situation that you find yourself in and your team. On a personal level, how are you holding up? Are you getting enough support? And what do you need right now, you and everybody, your medical professionals?
Well, what we need is clear. We need a ceasefire and an opening for humanitarian aid, but that ceasefire has to then lead to a permanent cessation of hostilities, because a ceasefire for a few days or a few weeks, which is then followed by a further escalation in conflict, is just delaying the inevitable. So the politicians and the diplomats and the various governments need to get together to sort that out. From our point of view, unless more food comes in, unless more humanitarian aid comes in, and unless the bombing stops, there's not a lot we can do. We're picking up the pieces, and the health system is extremely badly affected. Many hospitals are out of action. There's no hospital that's functioning at its normal capacity. On a personal level, we as humanitarian workers, we come here for a relatively short period of time. And, it's important that during the time we are here, we are focused and concentrated on what we're doing. And as you rightly said, it's extremely emotional when you see, children wounded, seriously wounded, with life-affecting injuries, young people dying. It is very, very unpleasant, but you have to cast that aside for the time you're here to be able to do your job. And I'm sure none of the patients that we treat would want to be treated by somebody who's breaking down in front of them. So we just have to get on with the job. And also, for us, it's a relatively short period of time. For the Palestinians that are living here, they've been going through this for 20 months now.
Dr. Tomo Potokar, thank you so much for joining me, and you are definitely an inspiration, and thank you once again. It was a pleasure to have you on, and please do keep safe.
Thank you.
A federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration's decision to bar foreign students from enrolling at Harvard. It comes just hours after the university said it was going to sue. Homeland Security officials say the university failed to comply with federal regulations, but Harvard calls the move politically motivated and unconstitutional. Let's go live to Washington now to speak to former US Deputy Envoy Ellie Cohanan. Ellie, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. What did you think when you first heard the Trump administration had blocked Harvard from enrolling new international students?
Well, I was really very happy of all the steps that the Trump administration is taking to deal with the anti-Semitism and, frankly, anti-Americanism that's going on at Harvard University and many of our elite institutions here in the United States. In particular, regarding the foreign students, what we know is that Harvard University has something like 27% of their overall university enrollment is foreign students. And the facts that we've seen is that many of those students are the most radical. They're the ones who are participating in this pro-Hamas movement across the country, and of course at Harvard in particular. They have targeted Jewish students and have caused harassment and assault on Jewish students. And Harvard has chosen to fight the Trump administration instead of fighting the anti-Semitism on their campus. They are the ones who are escalating. They could just comply with the demands of the Trump administration. They're refusing to do so. And I think that this case is going to go through the U.S. court system. It'll probably eventually wind up at the Supreme Court. My belief is that it's going to be Harvard that will lose this case.
Ellie, actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, because it still has some way to go through the courts. And we also have been hearing that a judge has temporarily blocked Donald Trump's want to stop enrolling international students. What exactly does this mean, and where does this leave Donald Trump right now and the administration when it comes to Harvard?
Well, a temporary injunction, what that does is that it kind of puts a temporary hold on the Trump administration's ability to actually take away Harvard's ability to issue they don't issue the student visas, but to be able to permit foreign students to enroll at Harvard. So basically what's happening right this moment is that the situation is on hold. But for long term, I just don't believe that Harvard is going to win this, because the ability to allow international, whether it's students or nationals, into the country belongs to the federal government. And the federal government ultimately decides who they do and don't want to allow into the country. So Harvard has a lot of resources. And again, what's appalling, I think, for us to see right now is that instead of Harvard trying to partner with the White House and this administration and figure out how are they going to resolve their anti-Semitism problem, how are they going to resolve the issue that there are radicals on their campus. And I want to bring something else to your attention. The United States Congress actually has just notified Harvard that they also are investigating Harvard University's ties to the Chinese Communist Party, some work that they're doing together that leads back to China's human rights abuses, as well as some work with the Iranian regime. So Harvard has a lot of troubling ties and troubling decisions that they're making right now. And really the onus is on them. They have decided to fight the Trump administration instead of fighting anti-Semitism on their campus, and it's really a shame on them.
Ellie, I just want to move on to another story quickly. President Trump's much touted big, beautiful bill has narrowly squeaked through the House. How big of a deal is this for the Trump administration?
It's a really big deal because the president was elected with a real mandate from the majority of voters in the country to get through his agenda, his campaign promises. And in order to do that, he really needed the U.S. Congress to fund his priorities and also cut places where he wanted cut, where he'd promised the American people that he would do budget cuts. So the big, beautiful bill, as he has so brilliantly marketed, did pass, as you mentioned, the House by a very slim numbers. And now it's going to be up to the United States Senate to get this bill through the Senate so that it will wind up at his desk and he can vote it into law. And we're confident that the Senate will pass it. I think that there were some changes that were made along the way. And so at this point, it would be incredibly unpopular for the United States Senate to try to come up against the Trump administration and truly the mandate that the administration, the president, has been given by the American people.
And Ellie, 2 Israeli embassy staffers were killed in what's been called a hate-motivated attack in Washington, D.C. How concerned are you about rising anti-Semitic violence in the U.S.? We're just talking about Harvard. And what should the response actually be?
Well, this attack outside of the Jewish institution is being investigated as a terror attack. And we've seen Judge Jeanine Pirro, who is prosecuting the case, say that she might even be seeking the capital punishment for the attack. And so I think that should bring some comfort to Jewish Americans and Americans as a whole. But yes, the statistics of rising anti-Semitism in this country are very troubling. And, I would point to figures in the United Nations as an example who spread this blood libel just this week, claiming that 14,000 babies in Gaza were going to starve in the next 48 hours due to Israeli actions. Of course, this libel spread through international media, through the BBC and into American media as well. Before the UN and the BBC and others retracted it, millions of people had already bought into the lie. And so this is how radicalization takes place of somebody like an Elias Rodriguez, who traveled all the way from Chicago to Washington, D.C. to execute in cold blood these two Israeli embassy staffers. And so, I point my finger at the United Nations. I point my finger at the university leaders, again, who are failing us in the fight against anti-Semitism. And I frankly also point my finger at the previous Biden administration that allowed a pro-Hamas movement to sweep through American cities for 15 months without pushing back hard enough. And so now the Trump administration and authorities have to clean up the damage that was done for almost 2 years before they came into office.
Former US Deputy Envoy Ellie Cohannon, thank you for joining me on the show. Always a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me on.
Now, President Donald Trump has made a fresh round of tariff threats aimed at both Europe and Apple. Trump says he will put a 50% tariff on all European goods starting on the 1st of June, after saying that trade talks with Brussels were basically going nowhere. He is also warning Apple to move iPhone production to the US or face a 25% tariff on imported devices. For more on this, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior correspondent Karina Kamel. Karina, always great to have you on the show. A lot of news from Donald Trump today, but he is threatening a 50% tariff on the EU. What has been the reaction to this hefty increase on the markets?
We have seen a sell-off across global markets today. European markets closed down sharply lower, and we saw the greatest losses in the French markets, the German markets, and the Italian markets, because their companies will perhaps most be affected by this threat to impose tariffs of 50% as of June 1st. So that's in a matter of days. Interestingly, the London market was down, but not as much as other European countries, and that's because obviously the United Kingdom just a few days ago signed a deal or a preliminary trade agreement with the United States. We've also seen risk-off sentiment in general across markets. If we look at Wall Street right now, markets are down still. They opened down, and the greatest losses today in the United States are on the tech stocks. The Nasdaq perhaps also weighed down by those Apple shares as well, dropping dramatically today. We've seen losses also on the U.S. dollar. In fact, the U.S. dollar is headed for a weekly loss. Gold is up, giving an indication that investors are turning to safe havens in this time of uncertainty. We're seeing also the indices that measure volatility. So the VIX index in Europe is at a 3-week high, and a 2-week high, the VIX index in the United States. If you look at the sectors also, we've seen the auto sector in Europe, that's seen the biggest falls. We've seen also the luxury sector drop nearly 3%. Stocks like Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, all these companies will be directly affected if the tariffs come. And this is really the last thing that markets needed right now, because we're coming off the backs of Moody's downgrading the U.S. debt on Friday last week. As our previous guest indicated, the House of Representatives passed the tax bill, essentially a giant budget bill that will potentially add trillions of dollars to the U.S. debt. Now, that may be good for the Trump administration, but it was very worrisome for investors and indeed the bond market as well. And so the last thing we need is the trade tariff talks coming back into the headlines and weighing on investor sentiment, in addition to all those other factors.
Yeah, and somehow, Karina, we're just seeing the market stabilize after Liberation Day, but risk-off sentiment today, as you did say. Karina, Trump appears to be calling for the return of tariff negotiations between the EU and the US on social media. He is clearly not happy with the progress being made.
Absolutely not. And this is a classic Donald Trump move. Ramp up the pressure just as negotiations are getting underway. And the context of this is that the European Union has revised a previous trade proposal and presented it to its U.S. counterparts earlier this week. So what we're hearing today from the president and from the Treasury Secretary is perhaps their response to this refreshed deal that was offered a few days ago. Donald Trump saying that the negotiations were difficult with the European Union. Scott Bessent saying that the EU was not acting in good faith, comparing how the EU is behaving versus Asian countries, which it said was negotiating, or which he said were negotiating in good faith. Trump going as far as saying that the European Union was created for the primary purpose of competing with the United States on the trade deal. And Scott Bessent also saying that perhaps this threat of additional tariffs, quote, was intended to light a fire under the EU. So it goes back to that negotiating tactic, ramping up the pressure in the hopes of getting some concessions. And the real sort of crux of the matter is that if we look at the trade deficits that the U.S. has with different parts of the world, we talked a lot about China being the number one in terms of that deficit, but actually the European Union is number two. And the deficit is about 250 billion US dollars in goods. And Donald Trump sees that as a very unfair relationship. So the aim of this sort of ratcheting up of pressure and ultimately a deal would be to bring that deficit down and bring the relationship more into balance. Just also to note that we understand a call took place today between the European Trade Commissioner Maros Sefcovic and his U.S. counterpart Jameson Greer. We understood the call took place, it ended, or it began about an hour and a half ago. So far, there has been no indication or no confirmation of what was discussed in that call.
And Karina, just going back to the NASDAQ, you say there's a sell-off on the NASDAQ today. That market is lower. We know that is the tech-heavy market. And as you mentioned, it's down to Apple. Now, what is Donald Trump saying? They could face a 25% tariff possibility. But why is this?
You know, this is not the first time that Donald Trump has mentioned his dissatisfaction with Apple's manufacturing processes. In fact, when he was in Saudi Arabia, he said, I had a call with Apple. I'm not happy that they're moving some of their manufacturing to India from China. We need to understand that 80 to 90% of Apple's iPhone manufacturing takes place in China today. Last year, Apple sold 60 million iPhones in the United States, and the iPhone represents more than 51% of Apple's overall revenue. Therefore, the iPhone is very important for Apple, and China is very important for Apple. Now, we know that Apple, in sort of trying to circumvent the tariffs on China, was going to move its manufacturing to India. Clearly, that is not satisfactory to Donald Trump. What he wants is for Apple to establish manufacturing facilities in the United States. Now, it's worth noting that Apple has said it does plan to spend $500 billion US dollars in the United States in terms of hiring more staff, but also building up facilities in 9 different states. But that investment will not include Apple facilities, Apple manufacturing. And the problem for Apple, and this threat of 25% tariffs could be obviously devastating. Already, Apple said this quarter, without this new threat of tariffs, will cost the company $900 million just this quarter. But the problem is Apple can't just move manufacturing from China in a very short period over to the United States. If you look at the sort of setup it has in China, we talk about these cities, schools, hospitals, their entire cities just essentially created to manufacture iPhones. So it's not very simple for Apple to recreate that in the United States in a short period of time, because essentially the local skills are not available. But that is also what the United States wants. So to even Howard Lutnick talk about this, we want to reestablish semiconductor manufacturing and very high level, high tech manufacturing back into the United States. The problem is it doesn't happen quickly.
And Karina, I just want to ask you briefly before I let you go. You mentioned to me that the US dollar is down, gold is up, but I've noticed Bitcoin has really surged in the past few days. And I wanted to know, is Bitcoin becoming the new safe haven?
It is in many ways, and it's not just a safe haven, but it's also an alternative investment in times of geopolitical uncertainty and global market turmoil. On Thursday, Bitcoin reached a record high exceeding $111,000. There's many factors behind this. Obviously, last year, the United States allowed more institutional investors to enter the market through ETFs or exchange-traded funds, which essentially opened up the Bitcoin market to more investors in an easier, more stable way. The other key trigger that led to this increase in the price of Bitcoin over the past few days has been legislation passing through Congress, the stablecoin bill. Stablecoin is a subset of cryptocurrencies, which which is linked to the US dollar. And the US administration is pushing this stablecoin in a big way, and the legislation is progressing through the Senate. That was also a boost for Bitcoin. So given all the kind of environmental factors that are favorable to Bitcoin, if you add to that the fact that investors see it as a hedge against inflation, which is on the rise in places like the United Kingdom and potentially the US, they see it also as a hedge against central banks cutting interest rates, and therefore the return they could get on other assets may not be as high. So it's a hedge against central bank action. It's also a hedge against global uncertainty when you're not wanting to buy stocks, when you're concerned about is exactly what we've discussed, the sort of constant headlines and the markets fluctuating and the volatility in the markets. Perhaps it looks like Bitcoin, comparatively at least in this environment, could be seen as a more stable investment compared to equities.
Who would have thought that, Karina, just a few years ago? But great to have you on the show. Karina Camel, thank you very much. A reminder of our top stories. US and Iranian negotiators are in Rome trying to strike a new deal on Iran's nuclear program. Israel's Prime Minister accuses the UK, France and Canada of siding with Hamas, whilst the UN demands Israel allow aid into Gaza. A federal judge blocks the Trump administration's decision to bar foreign students from enrolling at Harvard just hours after the university sues. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Goodbye, happy Friday, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
There's never a dull moment on the global stage these days, which gives us plenty to debate right here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Here are the highlights from our rigorous debates earlier this week, and make sure you subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube so you never miss out. To discuss the Ukraine-Russia negotiations and explore the details of any potential peace deal, I'm joined by Christopher Steele, the former head of the Russia desk at the British intelligence service, MI6. Also joining our panel, Sergei Markov, a political scientist and former advisor and spokesperson to Russian President Vladimir Putin, and Ilya Ponomarev, the chairman of the Congress of People's Deputies of Russia, made up of Russian dissidents. And he also switched sides and joined the armed forces of Ukraine to fight against Putin's invasion. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, stopping the bloodbath, that was US President Donald Trump, his list of agenda items before he started his call with Vladimir Putin. Prior to that call, he also spoke to Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, according to Russian state news agency TASS, President Putin told Trump both Russia and Ukraine will have to make concessions and that the root cause of the conflict must be, and I quote, eliminated. So, Sergei, let me start with you. Is President Putin genuinely interested in peace?
Yes, Vladimir Putin very much interested in peace because Russia already paid a few 100,000 lives to this war, and also maybe 2 or 3 times more Ukrainian people also have been killed during this war. And for us, Ukrainians, it's also part of the Russian people. It's my opinion, it's opinion of Vladimir Putin, which has been expressed by him in different media. It's opinion of absolute majority of Russian people, according to sociology. And we know that Ukraine been part of the Russia during more than 1,000 years, and Kiev was the capital of Russia during 3 centuries. And the native language for the something about 70% of the people in Ukraine is Russian language. So for us, it's great tragedy. It's civil war, and of course we should stop this war as soon as possible. But Putin cannot agree with Donald Trump, who demand during this call 30-day ceasefire, because this 30-day ceasefire will be used by Great Britain, France, and other European countries for sending their troops to Ukrainian territory, sending their occupation troops to Ukrainian territory. And in fact, after some provocation from Vladimir Zelensky, new stage of the war will start again. And as a result, it will be the war between Russia and France and Great Britain. It means about Russia and NATO, which will be very easily moved to the nuclear catastrophe. And all of you, my friends who are listening to us, will be killed because of this provocative suggestion of Vladimir Zelensky. And of course, that's why Russia
Ilya, go ahead.
For the peace deal, but with conditions. Specific conditions will be solved. And it means that the political terror against Russian people should be stopped in Ukraine. Political terror against Russian language should be stopped. Political terror against Orthodox Church should be stopped. And this is main reason of this war. It should be resolved. It's exactly what
Okay. Ilya, you seem to want to say something. Jump in.
Peace. Just 10% no.
Yeah. I obviously, when Sergei is saying that people in the West would be killed, I'm asking by whom? Not by Ukraine, I suppose, by Russia. So that's very much self-revealing who is the aggressor here. And all these ideas that the ceasefire can be used for, I don't know, Great Britain to send its troops. Just out of reference, not a single time any of the military cargoes or railways were actually hit by Russian missiles because they are not precise enough. So they are good for hitting power plants in Ukraine. They are even better for hitting presidential apartment buildings because there are a lot of them in the city. But they are really bad in hitting the narrow railway tracks. That's why there was not a single attack throughout the whole war. And that's why all the arguments that this ceasefire will be used for relocated troops is simply bullshit, because it was not happening and it would not happen in future. But coming pragmatically to the issue whether Vladimir Putin wants peace or doesn't want peace, I think that peace and Vladimir Putin are things which are incompatible, because currently the whole system of power inside Russia is hanging on the question of war. And that's how it started in 2014 with annexation of Crimea, and that's how it continues now. And whether the fighting in Ukraine would be stopped, Vladimir Putin would obviously invent something else, and most likely it would be Baltic states or Poland, I don't know. But the ceasefire absolutely can happen, because Vladimir Putin is interested in building a new relationship with the United States. Vladimir Putin is interested in showcasing Russians that he claimed certain victory at last, and that's why I'm pretty optimistic. Is just that he understands that it is Donald Trump who is pushing for this, and so it's a possibility to sell him this ceasefire for a higher price, and that's what he's trying to do at the moment.
Chris, what do you make, Christopher, of these characterizations? Do you think that Putin wants peace?
I think everyone wants peace on their own terms, and the trouble is that peace has to go with justice in order for it to be long-lasting and durable. And going back to the basics here, the fact is that in 1991, Ukraine voted for independence, and in fact all the regions of Ukraine, including Crimea, did so in a free and fair election. And then in 1994, that was recognised and codified by the Russian Federation, amongst other countries, in the Budapest Memorandum, by which Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons in order to have territorial guarantees from those powers. And those powers included Russia, and Russia should obviously honour that agreement. And the problem is, of course, that if Russia's not prepared to honour that agreement, what agreement is Russia actually prepared to honour? And going forward, I think the problem is that, as Sergei was saying, Putin certainly and people in the Russian leadership regard Ukraine as part of Russia and same people with the same background, and not as two independent sovereign states. And I would say the analogy for us in Great Britain is Ireland, which speaks the same language as us and has very strong historic roots with us, but which is an independent sovereign state. We recognise that independent sovereign state, and we have good relations with it now, and we haven't always in the past. And that actually should be the model for which Russia and Ukraine move forward, in my view.
There has been mounting and continuous reports over the years that Russia and Ukraine had tentatively agreed to a deal back in 2022, but it was Western allies, particularly Boris Johnson of the UK, that pressured Ukraine to reject it. So, Ilya, do you think that Ukraine should also shoulder some responsibility for there not being a deal and this war having continued for so long?
Well, look, Ukraine has been attacked, and Ukraine tried to protect its territory and did its best. The question of fighting, you cannot foresee what would happen years ahead of you. And it's not something where sides can just sit at the table and say, okay, so we have this military power, you have that military power, and so let's decide on something. It doesn't work like this. Also, there were a lot of false promises on behalf of Western allies to Ukraine in 2022 in terms of military assistance and in terms of support for the counteroffensive that was planned in 2023, which never materialized. If actually everything that was done by the West for Ukraine throughout these years happened in 2022, I think this war would have ended long time ago. And we already have peace right now with the territorial integrity of both Ukraine and Russia. But there are no ifs in history, so it didn't happen. And right now we are in the situation of a strategic equilibrium when no sides can achieve no strategic advances on the field of battle. So right now we are in the situation of war of attrition when every day there are a lot of people being killed from both sides for nothing. And it's more and more a war of draws, and there is no end in sight. And that's why right now the situation is really different. The rationales of both sides are different. And that's why I'm convinced that in a not so distant future, we will have the ceasefire, because it's the only rational way out.
Sergei, as I mentioned earlier at the top of this segment, we're hearing from the TASS news agency that the Russian president has said to Donald Trump that the root causes of the conflict must be eliminated. What do you think President Putin means by that? And do you think that that is a logical or a realistic demand?
Yeah, and I'm starting from the giving a reaction to the Christopher Steele remarks that Russia agree or disagree with independence of Ukraine. Russia not happy about independence of Ukraine, but Russia was agree with independence of Ukraine during 23 years before the military coup of 2014, when democratic president had been overthrown, and when instead of democratic system, criminal regime took the power. And this criminal regime in Ukraine from 2014 cannot represent people in Ukraine. For example, this criminal regime prohibited Russian language everywhere, in fact, but in the region like Crimea, Donbass, Zaporozhye, Kherson, and by the way, Kharkov and Odessa as well, people, 90% of them speak Russian language. It's their native language. It means that this regime cannot represent them. And it's not democratic. It's a suppression regime. That is exactly the main reason. So, solution of the problem is democracy to Ukraine. Ukraine was in absolute security nearby the Russia during 23 years when Ukraine was democratic country. When Ukraine has legal, normal government. And it means the solution of this crisis is Ukraine coming back to the period before 2014, to the situation of with democratic, legal government. It means that also specific thing, system of terror, which includes all neo-Nazi groups such as Azov and S-14, should be disarmed, prohibited, and should go to the prison. But on contrary, dozens of thousands of normal political people, peaceful people who is now political prisoners should be liberated. Mm-hmm. Also, all prohibition of Russian language should be taken out from 2014. It's strong Russian demand. Russian language should have equal rights with Ukrainian language is in Ukraine. Also, political repression against Orthodox Church should be stopped. It's absolutely clear Russian demand. We're fighting not about not all the territories. Russia have a lot of territories. Mm-hmm. Russia army fighting for the freedom of Russian people in Ukraine.
Ilya, I can see. Sorry, yeah, Chris, Ilya, I can see both of you wanting to respond here.
I think that
just want to remind point about
that
Chris, go ahead. Sorry, Chris, go ahead. Then we'll come to you, Ilya.
Okay, no problem.
I think the points about the Russian language and the Orthodox Church are perfectly reasonable. I don't see why either should be outlawed, but I don't think that's the fundamental stumbling block here. The fundamental stumbling block, from my perspective, is in fact territorial and in terms of sovereignty. And the fact is that Russia does not believe, or the Russian leadership does not seem to believe, that Ukraine should be an independent sovereign state which takes its own decisions.
Well, joining us to discuss Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis and the polarising reaction from the public, I'm joined by Brian Krasenstein, a journalist and co-founder of Krasencast, and Joey Manarino, political strategist and commentator. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. President Biden's cancer announcement, less than a year after he dropped out of the presidential race, has led to quite a polarising discourse in the US. Now, along with the expected messages of support and best wishes, there have been a surprising number that have been apathetic at best, and some even wishing the former president good riddance, to put it as politely as I can. Brian, why don't we start with you? What did you make of the public's reaction to the former president's diagnosis?
Well, Donald Trump, I think his reaction, although I doubt he actually wrote that post on Truth Social, his reaction was one that I commend, wishing him well. Some people, though, took things to an extreme, like anything you see online, especially on X, calling, like saying that he deserves this, that wishing that he rots in hell or stuff like that. I think it's just ridiculous, but it's come to be expected, I think, on social media these days.
Joey, what's your take? I know you weren't a fan.
I'm not a fan of Biden. I mean, I don't wish cancer on anybody, but I'm not going to sit around. I think it's hypocritical for people who criticized the man for 4 years to turn around and say, oh, we're so sorry, and we're so sorry you're not well. So people were quite honest. I think wherever they stood with Biden is kind of where they have let their opinion stay. And some people took it really far, yeah. But honestly, these are people, a lot of those reactions were from people that were in the J6 prison for 4 years, awaiting sentencing or awaiting a trial even. I mean, I can't really guilt anybody for feeling how they feel about this man having cancer. He ruined a lot of lives.
Well, Joey, go ahead, Brian.
I think there's a difference between, you know, disagreeing with a man politically and wanting him to suffer in pain or die. I mean, that's just common decency, I think.
Joey?
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can say that, but people literally rotted in jail. There were people who couldn't have cancer treatment in jail in Washington, D.C., January 6th people, at the hands of this man. He sat there and called half the country garbage. 325,000 children went missing under this man's watch. Laken Riley, I'm sure her parents wish that her life wasn't lost either. So, you know, you can't sit there and say, oh, he was such a, you know, whatever. Political disagreements, these are lives lost. I know you guys, Brian and your brother, you're going to defend this man no matter what he does, frankly, because you guys sat there when he took the shower with the daughter and said, oh, pediatricians recommend the shower with the daughter. We have the tweet. So I know you're not going to criticize him.
You're just spouting conspiracy theories, Joey. Nothing you're saying
from Ed
is grounded in truth.
What's not truth? What's 325,000 children that went missing is not truth? Laken Riley dying is not truth?
Joe Biden didn't lock the January 6th convicts up. You know that, right? We have three branches of government: the judicial, the executive, and Congress. And you're acting like Joe Biden called for these people to be locked up, and he was the one that determined their resulting sentences. That's not how it works.
Whose DOJ was it? Whose DOJ was it?
It doesn't matter. Do you know how the court system works? Do you know how the judiciary works? It's not the head of the DOJ determining if somebody's locked up or not. Nor Biden.
We all know how that went. We all know how the January 6th cases went. We all know how unfair that was. There were people, Jake Lang, sat there awaiting sentencing 4 years.
All right, I'm going to turn us back. I'm going to turn us back onto the topic at hand. And I want to ask both of you how much political tribalism played a role in this. Has politics sort of become a bit of a sport? If you're pro-Biden, you're going to send well wishes. If you're anti-Biden, you're going to say, well, you get what you deserve. Is this just a team sport now? Brian, what do you think?
It really is. And I think if you polled most of America would say, yeah, this is a shame that Biden has cancer. I think the most extreme responses are the ones that are being amplified by the media, by, you know, just random people on social media retweeting and stuff. So I don't think so. There's no doubt there's tribalism in the United States. I think both sides treat politics as sport, where it shouldn't be that way. But I don't think that what you see amplified on social media represents the country as a whole.
Joey, what do you think? Do you think it's an accurate representation?
I can't tell you if it's an accurate representation or not. People feel how they feel about the guy. I'm sure most people just shrug their shoulders, to be honest with you, because he's gone. Nobody's really thinking about him anymore, to be honest with you. So this all comes days after, I think it was 2 days ago, James Comey, director of the FBI, put on Instagram 8647, calling for the assassination of Trump. All right,
He denies that. He says he wasn't calling for the assassination of Trump, but he did put the picture there, just to clarify.
Well, 8647, I mean, most people have commonly thought that would be an assassination threat. And I think...
Have you been to any have you been to any protests by Democrats over the last, I guess, like 8 years? Because there's signs that say 8647 and it means to remove Trump from office. It's not meaning to kill Trump. In fact, Republicans are selling T-shirts 8646 on Amazon and on Etsy, and they posted it on social media as well. And it meant to impeach Biden, remove Biden by the 25th Amendment. So you guys just keep rewriting history and keep changing the definition of phrases and numbers in order to paint Democrats as this evil, violent group when you guys are the ones that think that it means kill, and you were the ones posting it for years.
For years? Oh, okay. I never heard 8646, frankly. I heard 8647 by Comey, and then we saw a bunch of people retweet it. And the Secret Service clearly takes it as a threat.
Yeah,
right?
Brian,
the Secret
is it
Service clearly takes it
the
as a threat.
Secret Service visited your brother about a similar tweet?
Yeah. And he tweeted 8647 because he was calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. And then you have the Secret Service, who said that they were instructed by Washington to pay him a visit, coming to his house to intimidate him for calling for the impeachment of the President of the United States. This number was never used by Democrats to call for the death of anybody. And Don Jr. went on Twitter shortly after Comey made that message and started tweeting out, oh, he called for the death of my father. And then it got amplified by libs of TikTok and by End Wokeness and by people like Joey saying that it's a call to death when that's not what it was. And they redefined what it meant so that they can paint Democrats like me as somebody violent, even though Ed said this isn't a call for violence, this is a call for impeachment.
So why didn't he just say impeach Trump? Why did he have to say 86 when everybody knows how that's commonly used?
Because I didn't like the fact that the right wing was trying to redefine the number that had been used for years by both the right and the left in order to call for the removal of a president from office. So I continued to use it so that your definition and the right's definition wouldn't be propagated, and the real definition that has been being used for the last 8 years did propagate.
Okay.
Where did the term come from? Okay. Yeah,
all right. Before we get too deep into that, let's get it back onto the reactions to President Biden, maybe what he did know and when. During the final stages of his presidency, Biden's health was under an unprecedented level of scrutiny, and now, in the light of his cancer diagnosis, that speculation takes on a whole new layer of complexity. It's prompted some, including President Trump, to ask if there was a cover-up. So take a listen to the president's comments from the Oval Office. Let's see if we've got that recording for you.
There are things going on that the public wasn't informed, and I think somebody's going to have to speak to his doctor, if it's the same, or even if it's two separate doctors. Why wasn't the cognitive ability, why wasn't that discussed? And I think the doctor said he's just fine, and it's turned out that's not so. It's very dangerous. Look, this is no longer politically correct. This is dangerous for our country.
OK, Joey, let me start with you. Do you think there's evidence of a cover-up of the former president's ill health?
I think they've been covering up that man's health since before he got elected. He got elected, quote unquote elected. Didn't even been sworn in. He got sworn in. From the minute he got sworn in, the man could barely complete a sentence. All right. We saw for years he stumbled through the entire presidency. He could barely get a word out. He was confused, falling down. I mean, you never really looked at this man and said he's a picture of health. For years, the staff knew. The book just came out from Jake Tapper, who is absolutely no friend of Donald Trump, saying that essentially Biden was mentally incapacitated for most of the term and a major cover-up was underway. I find it very hard to believe a man who is probably the most cared for person on planet Earth, the President of the United States, the most person that we should care the most about the health, that he has a private personal doctor, right? Could miss this. That's a pretty big thing to miss, that suddenly it shows up, it's stage 4 and it's in the bones. I just don't believe it. I can't believe it. Just like I can't believe that he was mentally fine the whole presidency when pretty much everybody could look at the man and say something is really not right with how he walks, how he talks, how he is rationalizing every word he says. Something is wrong with Joe Biden. Something's been wrong with Joe Biden. Of course they couldn't tell us, because then we would all consider him even more illegitimate than we already considered him.
Okay, Brian, what do you make of that?
He had a very rare form, a very aggressive form of prostate cancer. Doctors on NPR said that these cancers can basically pop up within months, 7 months. There really isn't a way to detect it because he probably wasn't getting a PSA exam. He was over 70. most doctors do not perform PSAs for men over 70 because it's at that point most prostate cancers are slow growing and it would outlast your lifespan anyway. So there's a reason why the other presidents had PSA exams and Biden didn't, and that's because he was old, right? He was 82. His last exam he was 82 in late 2024. So it was likely missed because of that. As soon as he got the biopsy, 2 days later, he reported what the biopsy said. He was as transparent, more transparent than any former president, any president up to this point. They released all of the data that was necessary. I don't really know what else you want. You can speculate and say that he covered it up, but that's just speculation and conspiracy theory at this point. There's plenty of people that get prostate cancer. It goes undetected. It gets into their bones, and stage 4, when they have Gleason 9 prostate cancer. So I mean, there's a lot of speculation by people that aren't doctors. I'm not a doctor either, but I've read up a lot about it, and I've listened to doctors talk about it, and it doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Joey, why should we question the president's veracity here?
Well, I mean, this has not been the most transparent administration ever. Joe Biden was not ever known for his honesty. But earlier today, a former Biden official went on CBS and said that they didn't perform a prostate-specific antigen test on Biden because it's too costly for his age, is essentially what they were trying to make us believe. I mean, how are we supposed to really understand that this is a man who was responsible for being the leader of the free world, and they didn't do every possible test? They didn't do a PSA test because he's too old. I mean, maybe they just looked at him and said, look, this one's beyond saving anyway. Who cares at this point?
No, I mean, that's normal. A doctor will not order a PSA test if you're over 70, in most cases.
Yes, but if you're the president of the United States,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the same reason.
Your health is literally the most important thing.
He was only president for another year. He was only... You're kind of not making sense here, Joey.
I'm not making sense. Okay, but you know what?
No, you're not.
We all know Biden wasn't the one running the country. So really, if he had dropped dead in the middle of the presidency, nothing really would have changed anyway. They could have just propped him up for the rest of the time, and it wouldn't have made a hell of a lot of difference.
Joey, you put out a tweet on the 10th of March after President Biden's interview, and you said that you watched the interview on MSNBC, and you said that you realised how ignorant those are who attacked his mental well-being. Now, and his health and his fitness, now that you know what you know, do you question maybe that tweet? Do you question your support for him at the time? Does it colour the way that he presented himself?
I assume you're asking me that, right?
Brian, sorry. Oh, my apologies. My apologies, Brian.
I don't think I ever said in 4 years one word about that man being mentally fit.
My apologies, Joey. Brian, you put out the tweet on March 10. Has it coloured your impression?
And that was prior to his debate, I'm assuming. And after the debate, I changed my opinion. I do think that he was too old to be president. I think that the fact that they were going to run him again was irresponsible, and I'm glad he dropped out. Now, fast forward another year or two, and we have a man that's going to be the oldest president ever in the United States. So we're not exactly a lot better off right now, but yeah, I think we need younger candidates. We need people in their 40s and 50s running rather than in their 70s and 80s.
You say that, and we're going to come to that in our third segment. I want to talk all about age and young people in politics. Before we get to that, Joey, and I am meaning to say Joey this time, let me ask you, is the timing of this a coincidence, or is it an attempt to generate sympathy and distract ahead of the book release that you referred to a little earlier?
I would assume it's the book release, because I just don't see why suddenly they announced this when everybody's finally putting scrutiny back on Joe Biden's presidency. For the last, I'd say, 150 days, Nobody talked about Biden. He was as good as gone. Now everybody has a magnifying glass back on the presidency of Biden, the mental acuity of Biden. And right away, David Axelrod came out and said, this is not the time for that discussion while the man is suffering. So, you know, is it even real? Who knows? Who knows? Frankly, who cares? Nobody's going to do a check because he has no power. So they just want him out of the headline. The Democrat Party does not want to have to relitigate the past 4 years of Joe Biden because that presidency was a complete disaster. And they're coming up on another election. The midterms, we're starting that season right about now. And nobody wants to run around having to campaign talking about Joe Biden, because that is a sure way to lose. So yeah, it's just a way to neutralize that conversation. And now anybody who comes out and talks more about all the mental unfitness is going to be told, don't speak about a sick man like that. Well, you know, that's just how they love to do things in that party.
Can you give me an example in modern society of where you think you see suicidal empathy?
Right. So we can break it up either in domestic policy or foreign policy. Let me give you one or two, say, from domestic policy. To argue that all illegal immigrants have a right to experience, the United States liberties is a form of suicidal empathy. To say that MS-13 gang members should be more worthy of our empathy than American vets who might have lost limbs defending the liberties of the United States is probably suicidal empathy. To argue, for example, that all immigrants are equal in their proclivity to be able to assimilate into a host nation is suicidal empathy. That's simply bafflingly untrue, right? There are some cultures that are more aligned with the values of the host society than others. And to recognize that doesn't make you bigoted. It makes you someone that has a functioning brain. And so again, the reflex to be endlessly orgiastically empathetic, while it might make me feel good in the moment, it has some really dangerous downstream effects.
Mm-hmm. Let's move on to truth and freedom of speech. You're a free speech absolutist, I think, if I'm interpreting that correctly. Are you concerned about threats to free speech, either from censorship or self-censorship? Do you think there should be any limits to free speech? And is self-censorship becoming more of an issue than perhaps an overarching censorship by the government?
Right. So let me start first by what I mean by an absolutist stance on freedom of speech. I'm Jewish. I grew up in the Middle East. I've had some very difficult realities in my childhood because we had to escape Lebanon. So I'm very much wedded to my Jewish identity. Yet I support the right of Holocaust deniers to spew their nonsense. There's almost nothing that could be as insulting and offensive as to deny the Holocaust. But if you wish to live in a free society, you have to be able to bear the imbeciles, the racists, the bigots. Where I draw the line as to what constitutes freedom of speech is already what's enshrined in the First Amendment, which is there can't be a direct incitement to violence. So I can perfectly say Judaism is one crock of nonsense. It's all garbage. And I would say I support your right to say that. On the other hand, if you say, let's go on the corner of Broadway and 7th Street, and when the Jews are coming out of the synagogue, let's beat them up and kill them, then that becomes direct incitement to violence, and you're not allowed to do that. But you can criticize any ideology, any belief systems, you can be scornful, you could mock it, you could satirize it. That's the price you pay to be in a free society. Regarding your other point about self-censorship, I exactly agree with you. The greatest threat to freedom of speech in the West doesn't come from the government. It comes from creating a zeitgeist that causes people to self-regulate, right? So when the student says, you know, I don't feel comfortable saying that I like Donald Trump in a classroom because maybe my professor will downgrade me on my essay, That's the danger, right? So I don't think in the West the danger comes from, the big Orwellian Big Brother stopping us from speaking, but if you create an environment where people are afraid to express themselves freely, then the fascists have won the game.
There's a recent example that I want to get your take on. I'm sure, as I'm sure you've seen, you're very active across social media. Kanye West, or Ye, has released a new song titled Heil Hitler. Do you think it was wrong for Spotify and other platforms to ban it, or do you think it should have been allowed online?
Now I'm going to get tons of hatred from fellow Jews who are going to say, how dare you? I think that fits under my free speech absolutism, right? Is it grotesque? Yes. Do I wish that he wouldn't glorify Hitler? Yes. In a free society, do we have to tolerate imbeciles? Yes. And so, from my perspective, I support the right of him to be an idiot.
You said you'll probably get a lot of feedback on it. You've gained a lot of notoriety and publicity thanks to your image as this controversial thinker who's not afraid to say exactly the truth as you see it. Do you like that image of yourself? Is that notoriety part of what drives you now?
It's a fair question for you to ask, but absolutely not. What drives me is the following. I have a very exacting code of personal conduct. I'm my worst critic. Therefore, when I go to bed at night and I put my head on the pillow, the only thing that stops me from having insomnia is to know that I never modulated in my defense of truth. My mother told me many, many years ago when I was a young man, she told me, Gad, the quicker that you realize that the world doesn't abide to your purity bubble, the happier you'll be. Well, guess what? What drives me is perhaps a naive perspective on living in a purity bubble. And so if I were to stop from speaking, then I would feel as though I'm fraudulent. I would feel as though I'm a charlatan. So I don't do what I do because I get the ego strokes of being notorious and famous. I do what I do because if I don't, then I would consider myself to be a fraud.
Okay, well, let's put some of those famous views to some current global events, because there's a lot of things happening that I'm sure our viewers, your viewers, will be interested to get your take on. You've spoken and written at length about intellectual terrorism, as you call it, on university campuses. So as a self-proclaimed free speech absolutist, how do you feel about the current US administration's crackdown on student protests?
So again, if the student protests are, we think that this particular policy by this foreign government is wrong, go at it, have fun. If that means that Jewish students are afraid to walk to class, or they can't walk to class because there are blockades, if they feel harassed, intimidated, and so on, then that crosses the line into incitement to violence. I've said this before, but I'm happy to repeat it. I took a leave of absence from my home university in Montreal, and I'm currently a visiting professor at Northwood University in Michigan, because it became quite dangerous for me to be at my home university. This is not happening in Yemen or in North Korea or in Chinese communists in the 1950s. It's happening in Montreal, Canada. That's probably not a good thing. So protest as much as you want because we believe in free speech. That doesn't give you the right to infringe on the rights of others.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Elon Musk is a fan of yours. He went all in with Trump's campaign, taking on responsibility for cutting government waste, for example. But there was some considerable backlash, and now it seems as if he's pulled back a little bit. How do you think that history, society will remember his involvement in politics in Trump's second term?
I'll answer that in a second, but I went on record as soon as I had found out that Elon was going to purchase what was then Twitter. I went on my channel and I produced a clip where I said, of all things that Elon Musk has done or will ever do, none will be remotely as consequential as him having done that, because he has allowed a proliferation of voices, including mine, that would have been, if not silenced, much lesser amplified had he, and I know this for a fact because until he came along, my reach was lesser. I mean, it was big, but it was lesser than after he, unleashed freedom. In terms of his politics, look, I think from the perspective of someone who's written The Parasitic Mind, I wholeheartedly supported the fact that he went all in on Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, for better or worse, whether you like him or not, is very much anti-woke. And there is nothing in life that is as dangerous as a parasitized mind. So the fact that, for example, I no longer apply for research grants because I'm not willing to give diversity, inclusion, and equity statements as part of my application, that doesn't bode well for science. And so I'm thrilled that he chose the right candidate. But as I said, the most important thing that Elon Musk will ever do is his staunch defense of freedom as per his purchase of X.
You've said that he deserves a Nobel Prize for his purchase of X. Is that just a Nobel Prize for someone who has a lot of money and can splash it around so that he can have the things he wants to hear on his own platform?
I mean, I wouldn't say that the Nobel Prize is just for having purchased X, but certainly for having promoted a proliferation of ideas. And but in that sense, yes, you're right, that came about through his purchasing X. Look, from a straight commercial economic perspective, many people were saying that he was an idiot for having purchased X at the price that he did. So one could argue that commercially speaking and economically speaking, he took a huge hit in order to do that, which exactly proves the purity of his objectives, which is notwithstanding the fact that he knew that he would lose a lot of money, potentially, that he would create a lot of enemies. That has turned out to be true. He was willing to put his neck out. And so from that perspective, he certainly deserves it much more than Prophet Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm. Donald Trump won his historic term despite legal woes, despite being no stranger to controversy. Why do you think that he was a more appealing choice to people rather than Kamala Harris?
Well, first, because Kamala Harris is a lobotomized fool that can't complete a sentence, so that could certainly have something to do with it. But beyond that, I think that most people had had enough with having to nod politely when a 6'4" male was sharing the locker room with their 12-year-old daughter, right? And so, common sense has a way of catching up to all of your ideological capture at some point. And so to the extent that Donald Trump was a exemplar of a return to reality, a return to common sense, most people said, look, I've had enough with, I keep saying the transgender issue, but it's hardly only that, right? There are many, many other issues. For example, Kamala Harris was, even though she didn't call herself that, she is an avowed communist in her ethos. When she says we have to create policies whereby all people end up at the same place, that is literally the definition of socialism/communism. No, we don't have to end up at the same place. We should start with equal opportunities, but that doesn't mean that we all have equal talents, equal ambition. Some of us are taller, shorter, better looking, less better looking. And so E.O. Wilson, the famous Harvard biologist, when he was famously asked about his views on communism, he said, great idea, wrong species. And he studied social ants. Ants are communistic, human beings are not. And the United States is a capitalist country, so it doesn't surprise me that most people said, given those two choices, I'm going to go with Trump over lobotomized Kamala.
The almost exact opposite seemed to have happened in your home country, in Canada. What did you make of this apparent dramatic turnaround of the fortunes of the Liberal Party, reportedly as a direct reaction to the rhetoric of Donald Trump?
Well, what an amazing question. Thank you for that. I think if I can tie it back to an earlier segment that we were chatting where I said it is so difficult to get people to change their opinions, Canadians perfectly exemplify that, right? So they had one mandate under Justin Trudeau, and most people complained that it was disastrous. So then they went to the ballot box and said, hey, let's vote for Justin Trudeau a second time. And then when that happened, they said, here's a great idea. Let's put him back in power for a third time. And when that ended, let's bring the next guy who is just Justin Trudeau in what appears to be a slightly less woke skin. And so I was baffled by it, but perhaps not surprised in that, and not to be critical of Pierre Poilievre, I think that he didn't do all that he could have done, which resulted in him losing. I can't remember what the exact numbers were. I think he was ahead by 30 points or whatever it was, some insurmountable lead, and then he lost it. It speaks precisely to our earlier point. Once people commit to a particular course of action, it's difficult to dislodge them. And I'll just mention one other thing. I will often be approached by fans on the street, and they'll say, oh, I love your work. I love everything you stand for. And then I'll look at them politely and say, so who did you vote for? Oh, Professor Saad, I voted for the Liberal Party, of course. I say, but do you realize that almost every position that you're saying that you support in me is contrary to that of the Liberal Party? And then they sort of scratch their heads. It speaks to the fact that most people don't necessarily put in all of the cognitive effort when they're casting their votes.
And as always, thanks to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all of our episodes on the Al Arabiya English YouTube channel, and of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
You've probably heard of Israel's Iron Dome, but what about President Trump's Golden Dome? U.S. President says he plans to spend $175 billion on a next-generation missile defense system capable of intercepting attacks even from space.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space.
President Trump claims this futuristic system will outperform Israel's Iron Dome.
As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced.
The Golden Dome would defend against hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, advanced cruise missiles. Trump says these threats would be, quote, knocked out of the air. This would be the first U.S. missile defense system with weapons in space, something Ronald Reagan once dreamt of during the Cold War with his Star Wars project. Now Trump says that he is here to finish the job. One of the key challenges, unlike Israel's Iron Dome, the Golden Dome would have to defend the entire United States, a country that is geographically much larger. And not just the US, Canada too.
Canada has called us and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can.
Experts warn that the Golden Dome could be too expensive, too ambitious to complete in just 3 years, and might even spark a new arms race in space with rivals like China and Russia. However, Trump fired back.
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. You know, we took in $5.1 trillion. Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the US President Donald Trump visits Saudi Arabia, mixing diplomacy with some significant business deals. Coming up, we assess their value and their importance. The President and CEO of the US Saudi Business Council tells us how President Trump's historic Saudi visit translates into business for American and Saudi enterprises. And AI in focus after Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launches a global artificial intelligence company, Humane, which is backed by the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Hello and welcome. We begin with an in-depth look at the visit to Saudi Arabia by the US President Donald Trump. Well, this visit was the first major foreign trip since he took office in January. In addition to discussing a host of geopolitical issues, economics and defense partnerships were very much under focus during the talks between President Trump and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, during this visit, the US received a commitment from the kingdom to invest $600 billion in a series of deals, which include nearly $142 billion in defense sales. Well, this marks the largest set of commercial agreements ever between the United States and Saudi Arabia across multiple sectors, including energy, infrastructure, health, and defense. Well, here's President Trump speaking at the US-Saudi Investment Forum in Riyadh.
And with this trip, we're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment into our country and buying our products. And, you know, nobody makes military equipment like us. We have the best military equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. Best submarines, by the way. Most lethal weapon in the world. See, we've never had anything like this happen. It's an explosion of investment and jobs, and great companies are coming in. Never seen anything like it. There's no better place to make a future or make a fortune.
The US President speaking there in Riyadh. Well, let's listen now to what Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had to say about the deals.
The strength of economic relations between our two countries has been reflected in the growth of trade, which reached $500 billion during the period 2013 to 2024. Today, we hope for partnership opportunities worth $600 billion, including agreements worth more than $300 billion that were announced during this forum.
Well, let's bring Ali Reza into the conversation. Ali, you are the strategic advisor to the Saudi Arabia holding company. Great to have you with us here on The Real Deal as ever. We were just listening before we crossed you to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman outlining, these enormous deals that have been struck there in Riyadh, and President Trump before him. Just put all of this into context for us. I mean, when people talk about this visit and what was achieved as being historic, I mean, they're not exaggerating, are they?
Not at all, Tom. I mean, we're calling this a visit, but really this was a $600 billion geopolitical event, we could argue. And the flurry of announcements that we saw over the 24 to 48 hours, nothing short of incredible. Because they really, I mean, they touched on a number of key areas, $600 billion, over half of which was investments announced towards technology, AI, energy, and defense, with the bulk going to AI and defense. And the investments, I mean, the volume aside for a moment, they have very significant implications because not only was this a $600 billion geopolitical and investment event, it was also a very strategic partnership. So for one of the first times, 18,000 chips, NVIDIA chips, the top-of-the-line NVIDIA chips have been authorized to be provided to Saudi Arabia, a state company. So it's one of the first times this has happened. This is a very unique instance, right? In addition to that, on the defense side, there is over $100 billion worth of arms that have been signed. Again, many of these agreements constituting technology, aircraft, they have not been allowed or permitted for anyone else to purchase. So there is a lot of significance to this event, not just because of the sheer volume of the capital that was involved or the investments that have been announced, but there is a very strategic partnership that's developed here. And I think it has consequences, obviously, for both nations and very positive ones, but also the world at large.
Okay, so you mentioned tech and defense as being perhaps the key sectors in which big deals were struck. I don't know if you've got anything more to say about that, but there were some other sectors as well, weren't they, as well as tech and defense?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, in tech and artificial intelligence, it's you look at just take a look at the footage of the people walking through and greeting in the ceremony. We had from the likes of the Qualcomm execs to Elon Musk to Jensen Huang. I mean, the extent of the deal making or the relationships that were developed here are quite broad and extensive. The new AI initiative called Humane was just announced earlier this week, and on the back of this forum, we saw Humane sign deals with Qualcomm, NVIDIA, with a number of enterprises to really activate that overall AI strategy. NVIDIA is underway on a $10 billion joint partnership with Humane off the back of this. So definitely tech was very exciting. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, defense was in focus, but there's a bit of attention on energy as well. So Aramco is expected to be investing somewhat in the US. And there was a partnership that DataVault signed, which is a $20 billion partnership with Supermicro to build sustainable AI-driven data centers with a big focus on energy sustainability in the US as well. So it was quite far-reaching and it was very broad in its nature.
Okay. Obviously, a huge delegation of US CEOs. You mentioned some of them. I mean, the CEOs of Boeing, Amazon, OpenAI, Coca-Cola, Uber. I mean, it was more a case of who wasn't there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's certainly one way to look at it. I think, this was really, if we step away from the investments and the programs for a moment, I believe this was extending an olive branch. So it was an expression of trust and relationship and a desire to work together, partner, trade together, and really share the best of both worlds. I think both sides came to the party wanting to create a real and lasting relationship. Absolutely. There were executives from a number of major U.S. enterprises, but all of that can really be boiled down to the expression of trust and relationship. That's what this event was.
Right. And so, the tone that was struck there, and again, you mentioned it with the example of the NVIDIA chips. A considerable amount of trust invested by the United States in Saudi Arabia. Do you think, trust and reciprocity, that sort of sums it up, doesn't it, in terms of the buzzwords and the tone in the discussions?
Most definitely. And, once again, if you've been following the engagement and the coverage of the event and the forum, you can see, I think at least you can see the body language of the leaders that are involved there, particularly His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Donald Trump. Yes, there were a little bit of, there were some niceties exchanged and some gestures, but I felt, there's a very genuine expression of friendship there. And the keywords trust and reciprocity, yes, they're correct. That was the tonality throughout the whole event. And as I mentioned earlier, the granting of NVIDIA chips, this is a huge point of contention. This is something that's been in discussion for many years now. Not many regions in the world have had the privilege of securing such high caliber technology. And the reality is, at least in the current age, for the foreseeable future, NVIDIA is really the only one who is able to design or manufacture such technology. And given everything that's happening in the AI race, it's, the access to such technology, in my opinion, is the equivalent to the appetite for energy several decades ago. So semiconductors and AI, they are as important as energy was perhaps back in the 80s and 90s. It's the equivalent from a geopolitical and economic perspective. So this really is, I think, the greatest expression of trust and respect that could have been awarded here. And in addition to that, we also saw the lifting of sanctions on Syria, without getting into all of the details of everything that happened there. Trust and reciprocity were absolutely the frontline thematics. And the granting of this technology was just, I think, one expression of many.
Okay, and you touched on the exchanges between the US President Donald Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. I just wonder, just lastly, how significant you think the chemistry between those two men and the bond between those two men was in achieving all that was achieved there in Riyadh?
I truly believe there's a genuine respect and friendship there. And, as I said, the body language and the expressions that we've seen throughout that event, they are certainly an indicator of that, at least in my opinion. And, this kind of relationship cannot be developed. This kind of partnership cannot be developed without two equally willing parties sitting at a table and genuinely exchanging relevant intentions and appetite and working together for the betterment of each other. It's just not possible without that. And in this particular event, I think that was very clear. It was front and center. There's exchanges on both sides. There's a true willingness to create a partnership. There's been some very significant contributions from either side. So, without question, that relationship has a lot to do with it.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali Reza. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, Well, as President Trump's visit to the region continues to send ripples right across the political spectrum and global markets as well, let's take a closer look at the actual beneficiaries of the agreements and the policies agreed to by the leaders of the United States and Saudi Arabia, notably the businesses and the entrepreneurs that run them. Well, one group that enables cross-border collaboration between firms in both countries is the US-Saudi Business Council. We're joined now by Charles Halab, who is the CEO and the president of the US-Saudi Business Council. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Charles. You're in Riyadh, I see, and I'm told you were at the investment forum, which was held at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center there in Riyadh earlier in the week. How would you describe the mood in that conference center?
Well, first, thank you so much. Great to be with you today. The mood is easy to describe. It was absolutely electric. I think no matter which side of the ocean you're on and which side of the political spectrum you're on, the mood was incredibly optimistic, energetic, and aspirational.
Okay, well, it certainly looked that way in the pictures. And we've been looking at some of the pictures just before we crossed to you. Now, just tell us a bit about the organization you work for, the US-Saudi Business Council. It's a bilateral NGO. Tell us, give some examples of the sorts of things the Council does to build and strengthen business ties between the two countries.
Sure. We work directly with companies on both sides, on the Saudi side, on the U.S. side, to create partnerships, facilitate deals, do whatever we can to build and enhance trade, commerce, and investment between the two countries. In terms of this forum in particular, all sorts of deals were signed, celebrated. Many of those began with conversations at the US-Saudi Business Council. So a very exciting time for us and a very exciting week for us here.
Okay, now just tell us a bit about the Council's role during the course of the presidential visit.
Sure. Well, we worked with the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia at the outset to help organize the forum. In particular, we were an authorized invitor, so we reached out to our networks and our members to make sure that the creme de la creme of U.S. companies and Saudi companies were represented at the forum. We were also honored to play a role at the forum itself. We hosted a panel session on quality of life sectors, which, of course, are very near and dear to our hearts, but also provide the magic around all these other business sectors and initiatives.
Okay, and presumably you had to do an awful lot of forward planning and arranging, and you and your colleagues at the Council were presumably extremely busy in the run-up to the arrival of President Trump.
Indeed, we were. Yes, I enjoyed my first full night of sleep in a long time last night. So,
okay, just tell us. I mean, the fact that the U.S. president made Saudi Arabia the first stop on this, his first planned foreign visit. It wasn't his actual first visit, but it was the first one he'd planned to make. What does that tell us about the relationship between the U.S. and Saudi?
Well, it certainly wasn't by accident. And the lessons are easy to draw from it, that Saudi Arabia is, it plays a very, very, very important role now under this presidency and is, in our view, rightfully center stage in the world for our purposes on the business front, but well beyond that as well.
So where does this then take U.S.-Saudi relations? I mean, where do we head to from here as a result of that visit and that historic forum?
Well, I think this is the beginning of a new chapter. We like to think of it as the chapter of true partnership. You know, the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia is very, very strong, has been strong. But that relationship, I think, in this next chapter becomes once again a true partnership, particularly on the business front. And as you know, all sorts of initiatives were launched, some renewed, and many objectives outlined that sort of clear the path for that sort of renewed partnership.
When you say a true partnership, I mean, we heard a lot of people we spoke to as we were covering the visit by President Trump using words of, saying it was a two-way street, that investment forum, mutually beneficial to both countries. I mean, we know about the 600 billion Saudi investment commitment, but what's the upside for the kingdom? What's the upside for Saudi Arabia?
Well, I don't think it's just 600 billion, without any strategic purpose or intent around it. I think about Vision 2030. That's very, very important to the kingdom. I think a lot of that investment will be focused and managed through the lens of what serves the goals of Vision 2030 the best. And I do think that it's not simply return on investment in terms of those investments that are being contemplated. It's strategic return on investment. It's how those investments will build a stronger partnership between the United States and Saudi Arabia. So and keep in mind, it is indeed bilateral. There are all sorts of initiatives underway to make sure that partnerships are formed between U.S. companies and Saudi companies, that FDI from the United States continues to Saudi Arabia in light of and in the context of Vision 2030. So we view it very bilaterally, and that suits us very, very well at the U.S.-Saudi Business Council, because that is our mandate and our mission.
And when you say a strategic ROI, have you got an example of such a case?
Sure. All you need to do is look at the pillars that are most important under Vision 2030: technology and energy, renewable energy, mining and minerals, and on, and understand that real estate, investing in real estate in California may not be the highest priority today, so much as investing in technologies and companies that have a real, tangible, and long-term benefit to the objectives of the kingdom and its various ministries and various initiatives in making sure that they reach their diversification goals and other goals.
Okay, and U.S. direct investments in Saudi Arabia reached just over $15 billion last year. How do you see the kingdom attracting more U.S. capital in the coming years then?
Well, this week was a very, very good start. I think U.S. companies want to feel comfortable about the overall relationship at the highest levels. That signal has certainly been sent out. I think there are other issues that the Saudis are addressing in terms of building the enthusiasm and the energy for U.S. investments into Saudi Arabia, and we're working with a number of stakeholders in that regard. So stay tuned, but this week and the forum and the visit and all the fanfare around it was just the beginning.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been a 90-year partnership, and people are talking about this new golden era in U.S.-Saudi relations. Where do you see the U.S.-Saudi partnership heading in the years ahead?
Well, I'm looking forward to the next 90, that's for sure. And I think golden years or golden age is an appropriate term. We're going to have to be very careful to not leave it just to fanfare, to make sure that commitments become investments, that words become actions. But I can tell you from working in the kingdom and around the kingdom for several decades, this time is different. There is incredible momentum, energy. There is specificity to deals and to projects and to initiatives. And we view ourselves as on point to make sure that all of this becomes the true partnership that we seem to be celebrating here today.
Yeah, and obviously your role, as you've been describing it, is to facilitate business in both directions. We've been talking to a lot of people on this channel the last few days about how to do business in Saudi Arabia, and We've heard from Saudi economists and experts telling us, there are certain things you shouldn't do. And then, there's a sense in Saudi Arabia people are fed up with people viewing Saudi Arabia as being a kind of an ATM machine. They don't like being patronized or preached to. I mean, have you got any golden nuggets of advice that you give your clients, your partners, when they want to enter the Saudi market?
Yeah, not unlike what you just described. Those days are long gone, if they ever existed in the first place, where people could come here and just expect the kingdom or any of its stakeholders to pony up money for this investment or that investment. It all has to have a story related to it, and a story that is in furtherance of the objectives of Vision 2030. And you don't need me to talk about those at length, probably, but they're very clear and very ambitious. And those are the kinds of decisions that will be made with respect to Saudi investments going forward. And you're absolutely singing our tune when you say this is not a time to come and simply view Saudi Arabia as a cash machine. Saudi Arabia enjoys incredible prominence on the world stage these days. And for the United States and for U.S. businesses, they deserve the respect and recognition as a strategic partner.
Just going back to the deals that were struck during President Trump's visit to Saudi. I mean, obviously lots of sectors affected, the obvious ones being energy, defense, tech, space to a certain extent as well. Which sector do you think holds the greatest long-term potential for collaboration, do you think?
Oh, you're going to get me in trouble. This is like asking about children. I love them all equally, Tom. Greatest long-term, I really, probably technology, if I had to pick one. But there are others that are very near and dear to my heart. The session we did was on quality of life sectors, for example, and I think that's where some of the magic resides, in tourism and culture and sports and entertainment. That creates the magic that, in my view, enables great initiatives in energy and technology and other areas.
Right, and there's an argument, isn't there, that they all feed each other, and there's, once you've got an ecosystem going, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Picking you up on tech there, I mean, obviously artificial intelligence very close to the hearts of a lot of people around the world, but it seems like Saudi Arabia is really keen on developing AI. Obviously, US chips are going to be used there in Saudi Arabia, and that involves a lot of trust, doesn't it? Because the United States doesn't give that kind of trust away very easily.
Well said, yes. In this particular area with respect to chips and in other areas, you can see the flavor of the week, and even behind the scenes, there's trust on show.
Just two quick questions before we wrap up. I'd like to take you back to the forum and the mood there. And I just wanted to ask you, what do you think stands out for you from there, or maybe another element of President Trump's visit as being the photo moment of the whole time that he was there?
Well, the photo moment is the moment with MBS, or the moments with MBS and Trump together. Those symbolize the new chapter, the friendship, the partnership, and so on and so forth. But what was different about this, and I've been to many of these forums, as I'm sure you have, the electricity was genuine. The skepticism was not there. I mean, skeptics were converted over the course of the last few weeks, and that was really interesting and eye-opening for me.
And what was the loudest moment in that forum? I mean, we had a glimpse of, obviously clips and footage of the forum taking place in Riyadh, but in terms of the audio, what was the moment where people gasped or clapped the loudest?
Maybe hard to say, but my sense was the announcement about Syria. was figuratively and literally the loudest moment in the room.
Yeah, that tallies with what we were told. Well, thank you very much. We're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Charles Halab, the CEO and the president of the US Saudi Business Council. Thank you for your time, sir.
Great to be here. Thank you.
What we're going to say with our top story, the presidential visit to Saudi Arabia. We're joined now by Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on The Real Deal. We're also joined by Ali Raza, the strategic advisor to the Saudi Arabia holding company, who's with us every week. Thanks to you as well, Ali. I just really want to talk to you both about the impact and the fallout of a visit like this by President Donald Trump, all those deals that were struck, that large delegation of sort of an A to Z of CEOs of all the big companies anyone's ever heard of in the United States. I mean, let me start by asking you, Naif, I mean, what is the impact of those kind of announcements, that kind of a visit on the Saudi economy, do you think?
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for having me. Definitely, this visit is very important, and we saw so many key people, including Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Jensen Han. These are the top individuals in the world, and we saw so many deals coming. If anything, this signals the important relationship between the Saudi Arabia and the U.S., and also signal the importance of the Saudi economy. And this gives also a confidence to investors to Saudi Arabia as a great place to invest and sustain their investment.
And Ali, I mean, just picking up on what Naif was just saying there, I mean, there's a lot of symbolism, isn't there, having those sorts of people in those sorts of numbers all descend on one country at the same time?
Most definitely. I'll pick up on a keyword Naif used, confidence. And the confidence, I believe, is international, but it's also local. You know, the presence of such industrial champions in any economy is a huge signal to the international investors, but also to the local economy. Platforms like this, you know, NVIDIA is joining hands with the Humane to build infrastructure in region. Platforms like this have a cyclical effect. You have enterprises that are created. You have the people that work in these enterprises. There is capital that circulates through the economy that's then passed on to other future entrepreneurs. And so the cycle goes. So the confidence, I think, is a very important aspect of this. It's a big thematic takeaway from this. But I think it's also important in this kind of conversation to acknowledge it's international, but it's also local. It's a win-win for all.
Naif, I mean, in terms of takeaways, in terms of the numbers and looking at the deals, what for you are the biggest takeaways of those eventful 24 hours that President Trump was on Saudi territory?
There are so many to compare, to be honest, and probably that stand out from just the name. If you see Elon Musk and Sam and Jensen, these are more into future tech plus AI. So we have seen so many AI investment. We saw the creation of the Humane, and a few days later, deals done with NVIDIA, AMD. These are very significant deals to put Saudi Arabia in the map of AI. And just probably to recall some, I'll bring some numbers. Saudi Arabia, the digital emphasizes of the importance of the digital economy. The contribution of digital economy in Saudi Arabia right now exceed the 10%. AI is also important right now as part of the government and the governance as well. In terms of the e-government, Saudi Arabia ranks the 6th in the world and the target to be in the 5th in the world. So all of these deals fall into the direction of the vision of 2030 and they make progress possible to reach the vision.
And do you think, now, if we're likely to see more US firms entering the Saudi market on the back of that visit? I mean, does it pave the way for more US interest, more US firms to want to set up in Saudi Arabia, do you think?
Definitely. We saw right now so many big companies, Google, Delta Vault, and etc. They will be investing both countries in Saudi and in the US above 80 billion. This means these companies are able to make money, and this signals that you could make money. In fact, the non-oil GDP right now is 4%, or above 4%. That means you could get more than 4% in your investment, and that is all by itself is signaling how good this infrastructure for investment to be and to attract that many of a large lump sum in this country.
And Ali, I mean, we were talking about, confidence, that being a key buzzword that we picked up on just a few minutes ago. I mean, a big impact on investor confidence from a visit like this. Do you see a lot more foreign companies wanting to enter the Saudi market, as Naif was just saying there?
Without question, the last couple of years we've seen a complete change in attitude across the globe towards what Saudi Arabia means as an investment destination. A couple of years ago, we would see many of the larger private equity outfits or fund managers and investment outfits that would, in often cases, play a fly-in, fly-out role or have sort of local marketing offices. I think this is a good, there's a good indication in this sector that that attitude is changing. KKR recently appointed a new chairman of the Middle East and committed to putting an investment team in place here. We're seeing a lot more of the private equity outfits very seriously considering deploying in region rather than just raising in region. We're seeing a lot of the enterprises on the back of visits like the one that just took place, expressing interest to be in region. So, and there's once again, I mean, building on the idea of confidence. Yes, I think there's I mean, without question, there's an increase in confidence, but now there's also an understanding of what can be achieved here. So once again, to Naif's point, people are recognizing across the globe the size of the opportunity here, the commercial opportunity that's available. And I think that's getting crystallized in all of the inflows now.
Naif, let's just talk about the performance of the Saudi economy. In Q1, GDP growth was around 2.7%, I believe. I'm just wondering what you think is driving this growth. Where are we seeing the strongest areas of performance, given that we are in this context, aren't we, of lower oil prices? Exactly,
Tom. We witness right now low oil prices, and yet we still have a positive GDP growth. What Saudi Arabia has been concentrating right now is in the non-oil GDP. It has been growing more than 4% in the past 2 or 3 years, with the exception of the COVID year. So if you go back in 2016, the contribution of the non-oil economy is less than 45%. Right now, and by the end of 2024, is more than 54%. And this is not a small number. This is a huge, especially that Saudi Arabia relies heavily in oil, and to shift that from relying heavily in the oil to rely more in the non-oil economy. We saw the PMI numbers are now exceeding 60 in the first quarter of this year. We project the non-oil GDP to continue growth in 2025, 2026 to exceed the 4.5%. Which sectors probably leading this growth? There are many. We saw the digital economy we just touched upon. It's contributing 12%. There are some sectors that usually they haven't been contributing much, and now we are seeing they're picking up. Manufacturing is right now is one of the top contributors to Saudi Arabia, and this also in line with the Vision 2030 to have more factories. Right now we have so many factories with the Chinese, Americans, and also to reach to the automobile industry. So many sectors contributing, tourism that hasn't never been a positive, even in the balance of payment. Right now, we have seen it positive and contributing to the GDP. So all these come together to make the growth and the GDP positive and continue its trajectory.
Yeah, and actually we've talked about tourism quite a bit on this program. Ali and I have had this conversation in the context of airlines and other infrastructure aimed at attracting tourists. And I'm just wondering, Naif, as well, I mean, in terms of attracting jobs, I mean, obviously tourism is one area that's going to see an increase in jobs. The employment situation looking pretty good as well. I mean, we talked a couple of weeks ago about the update on Vision 2030, and it seems the unemployment situation is better than it's been for quite a long time. I mean, why do you think that is?
So right now we are sitting at 7%, which was the Vision 2030 target. And right now, once we reach 7%, the target has been updated to 5%. The lump sum of contribution of this unemployment, it was fed through the private sector. So this is very, it signals also that the importance of the diversification, it's an implication on the unemployment. All these deals also we have seen, they will open up new opportunities. We need to remind ourselves it's quite challenging for a young nation to sustain and decrease the unemployment, because every day we have new comers to the labor force. So the new graduates, they look for opportunities in the market, in the labor market, and they find these opportunities. And you need to increase the opportunities more than the number of the new graduates to reduce the unemployment. So it has been challenging, but with these initiatives and opportunities, the number has been got to the target, and now we have a new challenge to reach into a new target.
Ali, just to bring you back into the conversation, in terms of one of the things we've noticed, and I think we've talked about this before as well, you and I, is how small and medium-sized enterprises are also quite a big part, aren't they, of the growth in jobs. I mean, are they affected, do you think, by all of those big deals as well that we were talking about that happened during the presidential visit?
Well, once again, Tom, these kinds of platforms, investments, initiatives, they have a cyclical effect, right? And with all of the economic development underway, all the different industries and sectors being developed, as Naif just said, there's a very large pipeline of factories being built. Yes, of course, there are new opportunities. SMEs and the SME attitude is changing. People want to start businesses. They want to do more. There's opportunity to do more. And the creation of these platforms, the introduction of these investments, they create opportunity and they create capability and they bring knowledge and IP to the region. So, of course, capital aside, all of these elements have a cyclical effect throughout the economy, and we're seeing that reflected in the numbers and the activity on the ground.
Okay, just turning to Naif to sort of wrap up. I mean, the overall health of the Saudi economy, and we've talked about a couple of indicators. Unemployment is under control, inflation under control, GDP growth, we've been saying 2.7% in Q1. I mean, overall, things look pretty good, don't they? Any other key indicators you think we should be keeping an eye on?
Perfect. Most of all the indicators you have mentioned are excellent. We also watched for the PMI. Right now, also the optimistic of investors are quite high, and we see it in the expansion territory. Right now, we have talked about the non-oil economy, but right now also there is a large segment of the oil economy. With the recent adjustment of the tariffs, there is expectation we have seen the few days before that Brent prices picked up slightly, so there might be also an increase in the oil economy.
Okay, thanks, Naif. And Ali, your final thoughts on the overall health of the Saudi economy and the key indicators we've been talking about?
Well, I think the most important thing to acknowledge here is that if the Vision 2030 progress report is an indication, the leading indicators are all in the green. They're showing positive momentum. Oil prices have been down recently, but oil prices go up and down. It's not the first time we've seen this movie. This is one of the reasons the Vision 2030 initiative is underway. It's to insulate the economy and diversify it away from reliance on any one source of income, and to create prosperity that transcends fluctuations from just the price of one single resource. So all in all, the leading indicators are in the green. They are positive, and I think the economy is on a positive track forward.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Ali Reza, and thank you as well to our guest today, Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyad Bank. Thank you both very much indeed. Well, let's take a quick look at some of the other business news stories making the headlines. The Saudi mega project NEOM names Ayman Al-Mudaifer as its new CEO. That's according to an announcement by the PIF. Well, Mudaifer has been NEOM's acting CEO since November, when he succeeded Nathbi Al-Nasser. Well, the new chief will be responsible for taking over the development of the ambitious project. The Saudi energy giant Aramco has signed agreements worth $90 billion with American companies. Well, coinciding with President Trump's visit, Aramco signed 34 MOUs to cover sectors including LNG, chemicals, and AI. Well, Amazon, Nvidia, and Exxon are amongst the US firms that entered into an agreement with Saudi Aramco. The interim CEO of Lucid Group, Mark Winterhoff, suggests levying tariffs on foreign cars to boost domestic manufacturing. Well, the interim CEO of the Saudi PIF-backed automaker says that the lack of tariffs may run the risk of, quote, killing the industry in its infancy. Well, Winterhoff called for more support for local players in the saturated auto market. And the US chipmaker NVIDIA has agreed to ship 18,000 chips to Saudi Arabia to help power a new data center project. Well, cutting-edge Blackwell chips, which is amongst the most advanced NVIDIA chips, will be used in a 500-megawatt data center in the kingdom. That's according to remarks at the Saudi-US Investment Forum in Riyadh. Well, staying with artificial intelligence, and at the center of this initiative between NVIDIA and the PIF is Humane. That is a global AI powerhouse recently launched by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And it's not just NVIDIA that's working towards this Saudi initiative. AMD, another leading American chip designer, is also set to partner with Humane as part of a $10 billion collaboration. Well, the CEOs of both tech giants were in Riyadh with President Trump. Here's what the CEO of NVIDIA had to say.
As you know, artificial intelligence has been a revolutionary technology, the most transformative technology of our time, maybe of any time. And you've heard plenty about the capabilities of artificial intelligence. You've also heard how AI is going to transform every single industry, meaning that it's going to be the infrastructure of every single industry. And Humane is going to be building the AI infrastructure here in Saudi Arabia. AI is also in itself an industry. It is a manufacturing industry. It's a manufacturing industry that requires energy. And as you know, Saudi Arabia is rich with energy. Transforming the energy through this giant versions of these NVIDIA AI supercomputers, which are essentially AI factories.
Okay, the CEO of NVIDIA speaking there. Well, Saudi Arabia has been working to develop its artificial intelligence capacity and strengthen its cloud computing infrastructure, pouring millions of dollars into the effort. Let's bring Ali Reza, strategic advisor to the Saudi Arabia holding company, back into the conversation. I mean, Ali, as we just heard there from Jensen Huang, AI is transforming every single industry. I mean, that goes a long way, doesn't it, towards explaining why it should be such a key focus of Saudi investment.
Most definitely. AI itself is an industry, but AI is also the infrastructure to industry, as Mr. Jensen Huang just shared. This is the equivalent of, we could akin this to the internet. The internet or telecommunications itself is an industry, but it's also the infrastructure to all industry. So, in the push towards diversification away from oil and, only the energy as a source of income, and also to pursue economic and industrial prosperity. Of course, Saudi Arabia is interested in investing in what many believe will become the fabric of society, much like the internet and telecommunications have. So Humane has been, one of the most exciting, I think, developments towards this effort. Last year, we heard about ALAT, which is the Advanced Manufacturing and Semiconductor Investment arm of the PIF. Similarly, Humane has been established as what we expect will become a platform and a national champion for AI. And once again, it makes absolute sense that the nation, in its push towards economic prosperity, diversification, and transformation, they would invest in the technology that is at the forefront of all industry and society right now.
The other part of Mr. Huang's clip we just listened to there was, the emphasis he put on the fact that Saudi Arabia has an abundance of energy. That makes it another obvious direction for Saudi Arabia to go in.
Most definitely. So energy, of course, is the access or availability of energy is the question on everyone's mind when it comes to building all of this cloud infrastructure across the world. I'm having this conversation on a daily basis with individuals from the industry that seem to have this on their mind. Yes, Saudi Arabia has an abundance of energy, but I think it's important also to know here, Saudi Arabia has an abundance of energy and has a huge push towards renewable energy. Saudi Arabia has a net zero target in a few decades, and the key with the cloud infrastructure that's being developed in the region is that there is, irrespective of the traditional sources of energy, there's a push towards sustainable cloud infrastructure development. DataVault earlier this year announced a data center at NEOM, a 5 gigawatt data center, which is going to be a net zero, fully sustainable data center. So, this is a very common thematic as well. Yeah, absolutely, there's an abundance of energy. But I think the exciting thing here also is the fact that there is a real consideration for sustainable cloud infrastructure development on top of all.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your analysis. Ali Reza, Strategic Advisor to the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Well, that is all we have time for on today's edition of The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for watching. See you again next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So we've had a lot unfolding since this incident. It did happen in Washington, D.C. What's been the reaction, Shane? And we've heard from President Donald Trump.
Yes, he sent out a tweet. Well, it's not really a tweet. It's on Truth Social, where he said these horrible D.C. killings, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end now. No capital exclamation mark. Hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA. So I think, like, I would even go further to say, like, this is not even horrible. It's everybody, has to condemn this, because, the killing of any humans, regardless of the cause, is just not acceptable, regardless of, your political persuasion, is the first thing I would say. The other thing I would say is that it's probably not surprising that it's happened, but I'm surprised that it's only happened now, because, if you think about it, it was late October 2023 when we had the initial Hamas attack. And there have been attacks in Germany, we've had attacks in France, and anti-Semitism has been on the rise. So I'm surprised that it hasn't happened before, to be honest.
And Gemma, there's been a whole lot of what looks like the changing of political rhetoric right now towards Israel in regards to what's been happening in Gaza. And I feel like this has also been ramping up in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it almost changes on I'd say daily, but almost hourly basis, it feels like now. And yes, as you said, the rhetoric has changed. The tension has ratcheted up. You can really feel it. So the Israeli minister, Amichai Chikli, he's accused the leaders of the UK, France and Canada of emboldening the forces of terror. Now, his words come as Keir Starmer, Macron and Carney. Earlier this week, they threatened concrete action against Israel if it continues its egregious military operations in Gaza. Obviously, this was said before this tragic shooting in Washington. But so after the shooting, Chikli said he was shocked and heartbroken, but he doubled down on his accusations against the UK, France and Canada, who, we have to remember, are allies of Israel. And when the Hamas attack happened last year, they were very committed to saying that Israel did have the right to defend itself. But now it seems that Israel is seeing that their calls for an end to what's happening in Gaza, they're seeing that as these countries coming against them. So we've not only seen a change in rhetoric, we've seen an absolute refusal to acknowledge any nuance, any changing in stance, any grey areas. It's either black or white. It's either you're with us or against.
Yeah, absolutely. And Netanyahu was speaking this evening, and he says Starmer, Macron and Carney are on the wrong side of history after Washington, D.C. killings. He's actually held a phone call with Donald Trump, and they have discussed what has happened with the shooting of the Israeli embassy.
Yeah, like I did see, like Trump said he expressed deep sorrow in the call with the Israeli leader. And I kind of think if you compare it to sort of Zelensky and the Ukraine, I think, Trump has said that, he would solve the Ukraine, in 24 hours, which is obviously, it's been a couple of 24 hours since then. But I think, he needs to use his power as the leader of the free world and, the most powerful man to sort of, come down on Netanyahu, I think, in the same way that he has with Zelensky. And I think he should, the attitude towards the two conflicts has been sort of radically different. And I think, he needs to sort of maybe bring him to the Oval Office and sort of give a dressing down and see, because it's his policies that have led to these two unfortunate people in Washington losing their lives.
Do you think it was a missed opportunity that Trump didn't meet Netanyahu on his recent tour of the Middle East?
Yeah, I think so. And I think there needs to be a sort of recalibration and maybe sort of say, look, like my opinion is, like, up until October 7th, there was anti-Semitism, but Israel had the opportunity on the back of the Hamas attacks to garner global sympathy, which it did initially, and I think there was consensus that it had its right to defend itself. But I think now it's completely that's just completely gone now. There's probably, other than the US, I don't think there's many countries in the world that would support Israel. And I think anti-Semitism is wrong as well. Anyone is kind of wrong. But I also kind of think on the flip side of it is that in America itself, I think the clampdown on pro-Palestinian protests has also been bad, because it's just heightened the radicalism, which then leads to acts like this out of sort of almost desperation. So I think the US kind of needs to learn that maybe free and safe protests should still be allowed on both sides.
Yeah. Well, it's actually really interesting because earlier I spoke to a former Israeli spokesman, Elon Levy, about the comments made by Israel's foreign minister, who's put some of the blame on leaders and officials abroad. Here's just what he had to say.
Yeah, this week we saw really an astonishing diplomatic betrayal by Israel's allies that have decided to use diplomatic pressure in order to force Israel to accept Hamas remaining in power in Gaza. Now, at the beginning of the war, they understood Hamas has to leave power or else a sustainable ceasefire is impossible, right? It's a jihadi regime committed to Israel's destruction. And if Hamas stays in power, the next war is only a matter of time. But those politicians have been pressured by the same violent public protests against Israel that we have seen, the same information warfare that we have seen against Israel that's poisoned public opinion. They're being affected by exactly the same trends. And that is why we've been saying it's so important to stand up to the increasingly deranged allegations being made against Israel, painting it as evil, because when you don't stamp out the lies about Israel, people decide to act on them, and it's leading to these sorts of political murders. That's why it's so important that people stand up against that hatred of Israel and attempts to glorify terrorism. You know, these aren't just pro-Palestinian protests. It's glorifying Islamist terrorism on the streets of the West, and here is where it leads.
So there we are, Gemma and Shane. We just heard from Elon Levy there. And I did also speak to him a lot about the aid and Hamas, the aid blockade into Gaza. And, you know, maybe that's a reaction and people are very upset about that. But of course, he was saying it's Hamas's fault. So I wonder where we lie right now when it comes to, is it time for Hamas to release the hostages? Could that possibly happen? Or is this just going to spread? Is this the beginning of, you know, hatred that we might see in different countries?
The aid has gone through, hasn't it? Or 5. There's a big disagreement now as how many trucks have actually gone through and then how many trucks actually made it to the warehouse. But the UN is saying that none of the trucks have actually been opened. So it's almost like a fake olive branch. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, like, you know, I wouldn't like to be the leader of a country for many reasons. But I think when you're trying to deal with a situation like this, the way I look at it is kind of like back in sort of the 90s when you had like sort of playing hostages in that regard. Because, you know, you've had this attack on these two people now in Washington. So if there's concessions seem to be made over in Gaza, then that's sort of setting a precedent that if you want to get something done in Gaza, then you attack an Israeli citizen in a Western country, and that's not something that we want to see happen either. So when you're a leader and you're trying to balance all of those sort of different variables, it's not something I'd like to be making a decision on, and when you're dealing literally with people's lives.
And Gemma, really, we're talking about this because 2 young people lost their lives, and they were about to get married. They had attended a charity event, and it's just quite a tragic situation. Yeah,
it is. They were just living their lives, and apparently they were, or the woman was involved in. She talked about how Israel and Palestine can sort of come to an agreement, can come to a truce. She was of that mind, thinking that way. So to have this happen, it's shocking, it's terrible. You know, 2 more people have lost their lives, you know, added to the toll that this war has already taken. Yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, 2 more people have been murdered.
Absolutely, and it just seems to be something they're going to ramp up security across places like synagogues and in different places just to make sure people are safe. And I think a lot of embassies, Israeli embassies around the world, are going to have the same thing happen. But once again, Shane, it just seems there seems to be no calming of rhetoric.
Yeah.
No, I think it's just going to be escalated, you know, like the interviews like you just saw there. It's, you know, there needs to be a de-escalation of it, I think. Like, we need to know more about, you know, these 2 people in Washington. You know, there's been a lot of early details in terms of, you know, the gentleman had, you know, got an engagement ring, and I think we just need to humanify and sort of these people, because I think, you know, there has been a lot of, you know, deaths obviously in Gaza, but I think any death is one too many.
Now, US President Donald Trump has been hosting South African President Cyril Ramaphosa at the White House today. Relations between the two countries have been at an all-time low. During the meeting, Trump accused the country of allowing a genocide against white farmers and asked White House staff to dim the lights as videos relating to alleged genocide were shown. Take a look.
A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act.
And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their lands. Death of people. Death, death, death.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Eli El-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kiruz is also here with me. Thank you both so much for joining me this evening, both to have you on set with me. What a pleasure. We just saw Donald Trump there, and he played that video to Cyril Ramaphosa, obviously saying, dim the lights. What did you make of the talks between the two leaders, and did you feel this was an ambush?
First, we need to see that this is becoming a trend for Trump. This is becoming his style, to have heads of states there and then really go at them and embarrass them in front of the media. And it's becoming more and more prepared. So now we've seen he has the video, he has the articles and so on. So it's becoming a bit too much, definitely. But on the other hand, if we know it's going to happen, how can we call it an ambush? President Cyril should have been prepared, like every president who goes to the White House. They should have expected this, and they should have, you know, adopted different ways of speaking and of addressing the issues. He definitely tried to say, okay, this is an issue that we will discuss. We recognize that there's an issue, but we also see that you are misinformed on some issues. He tried to clarify, but still it was not enough. And the discussion went in all different directions. It didn't really give enough space for the South African president to express himself and to explain the situation properly.
It's an absolutely stunning new episode of what's happening in the Oval Office, to a certain extent that we think that we should reconsider the name of the Oval Office. It should be rebranded as the lynching office. It has been happening quite a few times. At the same time, I would say there is an obvious maybe elephant in the room. The narrative that came from Trump seems to be a little bit close to what Trump's friend has been advocating, Elon Musk, who was there. At the same time, in retrospect, when we see that the White House is enjoying this kind of set, so in retrospect, we are now more sure that what happened with Zelensky more than a month and a half ago was also a setup. And I would also suspect that some of these head of states now, they have like a secret thing between them. What if, who will go there and will come out with the minimal damage? Unfortunately for the president of South Africa, it wasn't a very good day, and Trump wasn't at all empathetic with him or, you know, connecting with him in any way.
And when Cyril Ramaphosa actually arrived in Washington today to go to the White House, he said that he really wanted trade and tariffs to be on the top of the agenda, and of course US aid, which has been cut, and that didn't get there. But on that video that Donald Trump played, it was actually a video of Julius Malema, who is chanting "Kill the Boer," which means kill the whites. And he is the leader of the EFF party in South Africa. Now, this party is well known for this rhetoric, but this is something that Ramaphosa did try to clarify, and Donald Trump hit back at that clarification. And as you say, Elon Musk is in the mix here too. But I wonder, where we go from here when it comes to South Africa, because a lot of the problem with South Africa is crime is unprecedented, and I think everyone in the Oval Office today agreed with that. There's corruption, and right now South Africa needs investment, and Cyril Ramaphosa said this. So is he going to go to the White House and get what he wants?
I think maybe Leigh can talk more about the politics, but South Africa has been consistently on the other side compared to the United States of America for the last many years now. When it comes to the problem with Russia, they haven't been aligned. When it comes to the problem in Gaza, they haven't been aligned. When it comes to the G20 politics, they haven't been aligned. So he could not expect Trump to be completely friendly. Now, at the same time, South Africa is a very inspiring country for the world. Maybe not for the current generation as much as it was for the last 30 years. Unfortunately, South Africa did not live up to the dream we all had in 1994 when the fall of the apartheid brought so much, positivity to this world. Having said this, and I go to South Africa a lot, it's a country that is much more appeased in real life. I mean, of course, the biggest problem is corruption and crime. We all know this. But it's a country that somehow many in this country still believe in the idea of the Rainbow Nation.
There's definitely, I think, some residues from the apartheid regime. There are some issues that need to be addressed, notably the issue of land ownership, redistribution of wealth, and so on. Also some, racial anger or racial divisions that are still maybe there and visible, especially when we have a party like the EFF that you mentioned, still gather a lot of votes and a lot of support and is one of the big parties in the parliament. So there's definitely an issue. And we saw one of the members of the South African team who was in the White House, who is also, it seems, a friend of Trump and who lives regularly in the US. Sorry, I forgot the name. But he mentioned that it's been 35 years since the transition, and we still didn't see the change that we hoped we would like to see. So definitely there are some things that need to be addressed. But on the other hand, that video that Trump showed about, thousands of white crosses and people paying homage, I'm not even sure if that's from South Africa. I doubt it is. And I think it's going to be a big scandal when we realize the video was not from South Africa. So Trump is taking things in his own way, in his, between brackets, unprofessional or not politically correct way. And he's pushing for things where I guess the South Africans and the world knows that we do have a problem and we need to address it, but not in this way and not at the expense of other major issues and concerns that need to be discussed.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just mentioned there the person who was talking about the 35 years of the ANC and the government needs changes, Ernie Els. He's a famous South African golfer. He's a long-time friend of Donald Trump. And I thought it was interesting that Cyril Ramaphosa took Ernie Els, the famous South African golfer, and Retief Goosen, who's another famous South African golfer, with him, because maybe he probably knew in the back of his mind this could get tense.
So he prepared. I mean, Leigh was saying maybe they should come more prepared.
Yeah,
apparently
but
he came
didn't do him
not
good
enough.
Not enough. But another thing that is concerning is, I think, for South Africa is trade and tariffs, because the US is so important to them.
And technology, they focused on it more than one time.
Yes, absolutely. And they spoke about the need for Starlink and how that can bring technology to South Africa, much needed technology in the country. And I just wonder now, do you think that there's still a relationship there between the US and between South Africa, and Donald Trump will help them move forward as they wish to and invest?
I don't think there's anything that goes for free in Trump's US. He's going to see what is the benefit that the US is going to gain from that relationship, and based on that decide how to approach South Africa. He has even done that with the UK, with the closest allies, with Canada, let alone South Africa. So he's going to be very meticulous. He's going to put some conditions. And if he keeps having Elon Musk on his ear whispering about that specific issue, he's going to put that at the forefront, maybe again at the expense of key cooperation that could have happened.
at the same time, as a testimony of my personal experience in South Africa, despite, of course, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Indeed.
And despite the fact that they have the best food, the best meat, the best wine, and the best scenery, it is also a country that has paved the way forward for Africa. Let's not forget that the biggest chunk of population growth in the world is happening in Africa. Let's not forget that all the major issues of the world will be happening in Africa, from terrorism to fighting diseases. This is at the forefront of the future. And South Africa is the key of the whole of Africa. Despite that, Donald Trump doesn't seem to be very personally connected to the importance of this country. And when he was asked if he will go to join the G20 summit in South Africa, he said, G20 is not important without America. So obviously, wherever the positioning of South Africa is, it's not very relevant to Donald Trump. And there is a chunk of what he was saying that was addressed to a local audience, so inclined to the right narrative.
So I've got a confession. I'm obviously from Africa. I am from Zimbabwe, but I have a South African mother. And I reflected on the story today. So I remember the day Nelson Mandela got into power, and I remember at school I saw watching the change of the South African flag and it becoming the Rainbow Nation. Yes. And then I remember in 1995, South Africa won the Rugby World Cup. And even Ernie Els brought that up. He said Mandela united us through sport.
1995, yeah, it was a big moment. It's one of the unifying moments.
And they hosted also
the World Cup 2010.
Yeah, so Africa has always got a lot of hope. So let's see where we go from here. But really interesting conversation. Thank you so much. Former US President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with prostate cancer that has spread to his bones. The diagnosis was made on Friday after the 82-year-old saw a doctor last week for a urinary symptoms. Talking to ex-President Biden said, cancer touches us all. Like so many of you, Jill and I have learned that we are strongest in the broken places. Thank you for lifting us up with love and support. Earlier, I spoke to oncologist and president of Atossa Therapeutics, Dr. Stephen Quay, who believes Joe Biden was diagnosed some time ago. Take a listen.
I think in all likelihood, he has known that he has had prostate cancer for about a year. Now, I've gone further, and I'm certainly speculating here, but the treatment for prostate cancer of this type is something called ADT, androgen deprivation therapy, and the two major side effects are cognitive decline and falling down. You lose skeletal muscle, and about 37% of all men will fall down during the first year of treatment there. So now I'm beginning to wonder whether perhaps he was under prostate cancer treatment in the last year, and some of the things we saw on camera were the side effects of that treatment.
So, Lugna, that was Dr. Stephen Quay, who I spoke to earlier, and he is speculating that former President Joe Biden knew about this cancer diagnosis for a while. This is something that he's just brought into the public arena. But what more do we know about his condition?
I mean, first of all, it's really interesting that we're hearing all these big news on X, right? it's always news on Twitter. And it's even more interesting because he's getting backlash on Twitter. I mean, Twitter is just brutal. But we know that it's obviously spread to his bones. It's very aggressive. We know it's it's treatable, manageable, but not curable. But the backlash has been, I mean, brutal. I don't know if you guys have seen, some of the tweets out there. They want to hold him accountable. As the doctor said, I mean, it's unclear if he was diagnosed while he was U.S. president. And people are angry about that, because, yeah.
And also because if you have a look on Twitter, you know, they're accusing Biden of a huge cover-up. They're also accusing the Democrats of a huge cover-up. This is going to be scandalous if we do find out that Biden did obviously know while he was US president. And as the doctor I was speaking to, Stephen, said to me that some of the symptoms that Biden has been showing that have been raising real concern with the public could have been the effects of the medication he was on. So I don't know, should have he come out and spoken about it if he did know? What situation was Biden really left in?
So I am cynical about these things, and I think that let's look at what's happening tomorrow. The Jake Tapper book that he co-authored is coming out, The Original Sin, and that looks at people within the Biden administration who knew that Joe Biden was cognitively and physically not in the best of shape, and they covered it up so that they could continue to put him out on the campaign trail and he could run for a second term. That book, I think, is going to damage greatly Joe Biden's legacy. The day before that comes out, there is an announcement that is going to create a lot of sympathy for the president, the former president. And that, I think, is difficult. As someone who appreciates how the world works nowadays, I think it's difficult to not connect those two, especially if, as the doctor you interviewed is correct in his summations, that this is something that he would have known about for quite some time. Why not announce it last year or as soon as it was known? Why not announce it in January, February, March? Now it just seems like they recognize that this is an opportunity to announce it so that it helps our cause and it maybe deflects from some of the damage that's going to come because of the book.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the power of media and public relations, right? I think, of course, you know, people are being sympathetic, and I do agree with you, Michael. But at the same time, I think it is important to be cynical, right? As the president of the United States, I mean, not only were some of the moments we saw on TV, you know, a lot of people agreed were embarrassing for a United States president, but also you have a responsibility towards the people to have a healthy president. So also the responsibility of those doctors who gave him a clean bill of health. It's sad news, of course, but...
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that maybe a lot of people feel like they've been lied to and they've been asking questions about his health. He's been asked it himself and his wife, Jill. This is not something that's been hidden. But, Michael, King Charles, who's obviously been battling with his own cancer diagnosis, he has sent a message of support to Joe Biden. And I just think, I wonder if Joe Biden could have learned something from the way that King Charles has dealt with his diagnosis, really, and the public support he's had behind him.
So King Charles, the announcement was made in February of 2024 that he was battling his own form of cancer. And just a couple of weeks ago, the King was being interviewed, and he spoke about how cancer and his experience with it has changed him, how he's chosen to look on the bright side of life. That sounds like such a cliche, but I think when people are in that situation where their mortality is right in front of them, it's difficult for them to not maybe try to find the best things in life. So King Charles talked about the humanity that he's discovered as a result. And I think that that's probably part of the message that he's sending along to Joe Biden. And based on the announcement that Joe and Jill Biden made, they seem to also be looking at it in that same way.
No, definitely. And Lubna, do you think that these big US presidents or the King, they should be really open about things like their cancer diagnosis, because it might actually help other men or other women experiencing a similar thing, you know, get a little bit of guidance? Because I think when a big story like this comes out, it's really interesting how many people might go to get checked.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely, this is his chance to, you know, raise awareness, etc. But I think, you know, unfortunately, I don't think that people are going to be seeing it this way, because I think people are very angry about it, because as we saw during his, you know, especially towards the end of his term, he was, you know, falling and, you know, falling down the stairs. He was clearly unwell. So unfortunately, I think his lack of legacy will be remembered at this point, I think, and I think it's too late for the awareness aspect of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, but traditionally when you have somebody who's in an influential position or who has a bright light shining on them,
yes,
and they come out and they talk about the good and the bad of maybe what's gone on through their lives, I do think that sometimes there are knock-on benefits for your average man that maybe they're made a little bit more aware, especially with men of a certain age who are always being pushed by their wives to go for a prostate examination.
Yes, of course.
This might be one of those issues where it does shine a light on an area that traditionally might not get a lot of attention.
No, but it is, as we say, we are a little bit cynical about this diagnosis. We can't deny that. We've seen all the stories on Twitter that it could possibly be a cover-up. But once again, it's such a sad... I feel like it's really sad because his legacy, he spent so long within the administration, he was a great person to the US for a long time, and it's just kind of the sadness of how it's ended up in many ways.
I think, unfortunately, sorry, but I think for a lot of Americans suffering today, I think, they're not going to think, oh, poor old, Joe Biden, who has all the medical care, available to him. I just don't think he's going to get that sympathy, especially that he had the chance to step down. If it is true what they're saying about the diagnosis, if he was diagnosed earlier on, then people will be even more outraged. Excuse me for being so cynical, Leigh Ann.
No, probably.
And it was 10 years ago that his son died of brain cancer.
Beau Biden, that was, yeah.
And I think that when you are a family that deals with this, and you've gone through it once, maybe you become a little bit immune to the fear that it might strike in a lot of people. And maybe there are also people within your inner circle who help you recognize that there is a way that we can use this to our advantage. And that, I think, is where a lot of the backlash is going to come from. Despite, at its core, you had the president, President Trump, who posted what seemed to be a genuine message of sincerity, wishing him all the best. He didn't call him Sleepy Joe, which is something that he called him throughout the campaign trail before he stepped down so that Kamala Harris could run. And when you have Donald Trump issuing something on social media that seems to be heartfelt, that makes you question just exactly what world are we living in where Joe Biden is maybe manipulating the media and Donald Trump is posting something that seems to be heartfelt.
The Oscar-winning actor Denzel Washington has shocked fans after appearing to shout at a photographer on the red carpet at the Cannes Film Festival last night. The 70-year-old was attending the premiere of his movie, Highest to Lowest, when the heated exchange took place. So, Jono, let's start with you. Do we know what actually prompted this sort of furious reaction we saw from Denzel Washington?
Well, from what we can tell from, and this is only the footage that's appeared online, he was twice tapped by a paparazzi. Now, it was at a red carpet event. Denzel Washington didn't react well the first time, and then upon the second tap, decided to come to blows with this particular journalist who was there on the red carpet to take pictures for the Cannes Film Festival. Denzel Washington seemed to, and again, there's no audio along with this, so we're just lip reading at the moment, seemed to have then completely lost his patience and said, hey, one more time, don't put your hands on me again. So it suggests it's just about the cameras flashing, maybe there might be something else in there as well. It's the physical contact that seems to have been the issue here, because he directly referenced having hands laid upon him while he was on the red carpet. It may have been a slight overreaction, and I think a lot of the media is saying today that this seems like an overreaction, especially when he's at a film festival to promote a movie that he is in. Yet he seems to have taken umbrage with this particular photographer who smiled the entire way through, which I imagine was probably more enraging to the situation. On initially viewing the video, I actually thought that they may have been friends and there was some sort of a back and forth banter going on. It turns out that this was not the case. So what prompted it? Having hands laid upon him seems to be the issue. And this is, I think maybe the third time we've seen an altercation from Denzel Washington with a member of the press over a similar incident.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, the professional lip reader, well, he says that from what he can read, Denzel Washington told specifically the journalist, don't put your hands on me ever again. And he kept telling him, stop and stop. I think this is the key point here. I agree with you that he is at a red carpet event. It is kind of required of you to have some kind of I don't know what you would call it, to be honest with you.
There's a decorum you have to keep when you're on the red carpet.
Yes, to deal with the, you know, the press and journalists, because this is what you're there to do. But having said that, the journalist did violate his personal space by touching him, not even once, but twice. The second time, it wasn't even a tap. I actually saw the footage before. I think it was taken
It's now
down.
been taken offline, that footage that was put up.
He grabbed his arm and he told him, can I take a picture now? And this is what really drove Denzel, you know.
Yes, but
I'm very angry.
Yes, and I can understand that. It's a violation of personal space. But then again, Jono, he's at work. This is promoting his film at Cannes, which is pretty sophisticated, let's put it that, on the French Riviera. And I just wonder if this shines a spotlight on celebrities. They're not always who we think they are. We have seen outbursts from the likes of Will Smith, so this isn't unusual.
It's not unusual, but it's definitely unwarranted. And I think exactly as you say, Leigh Ann, he's at work at that time. You're there to promote your movie. He is in France, slightly more tactile perhaps, might be something you would describe. The French photographers, perhaps the laying of hands is more of a done thing there as well. But I think when you're in a situation whereby somebody is trying to get that shot, keeping in mind that this gentleman is also at work, we don't know the back end of the story. He was trying to maybe move him into a position in order to get the perfect shot, which at the end of the day is this photographer's job as well. We've seen a lot of celebrities do things that are questionable. He may or may not be held accountable. The removal from the video online would indicate that there may be something going on behind the scenes here. There will be some consequences behind this. But I don't think that was the way to behave. And I think, unfortunately, we work in an industry.
But we also, I mean, these celebrities and these actors are also human beings. They have a certain capacity to take that kind of pressure. But if you allow me to continue, also we have to bear in mind he is 70 years old. And, you know, people tend to become a bit less patient as they
him being
get
cranky
older.
is hardly the reason why that should be allowed. I will put it into, if Justin Bieber, who has been plagued by paparazzi recently, and take your pick on any 74 of the Kardashians, who are plagued by paparazzi wherever they go. That is in their personal space. They're at a coffee shop, they're in their personal house, they're getting in or out of a car. I can understand that. On a red carpet at an event that you're there to promote your movie, 70 years grumpy or not.
I agree, but he touched him, and twice, grabbed him the second time. If I remember correctly, I watched an interview for Omar Sharif.
Yes.
During the last days, basically, of his life in Arabic, and the presenter was asking him that, you know, did you get more patient and have more tolerance now that you're getting older? And he said, absolutely not. It's the opposite. I have less patience. I am less tolerant. I don't have time to spend on stupid things, actually. That's how he put it. And, you know, people have different views about this.
No, but I would agree with you that as you get older, you might get a little bit less tolerant of people. But then, Rawiya, if I was to shout like you, at you like that for touching me at work, I would be held accountable in many ways.
Yes, I hope so.
Yes, I hope so. I wouldn't do that anyway. But,
yeah.
You know, but it's just something that we have to think about when we're in the public eye. And we've also not heard from Denzel Washington himself. He's not come out. He's not given a statement.
He might not come out
Do you
with a
think he
statement.
should?
I think he should. Well, it depends actually what, you know, the reaction of the public.
Yeah.
But I don't think he will. He didn't sort of come out with any statements.
It's unlikely. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, Tom Hanks's wife, in another video which seems to have been removed from online, Tom Hanks's wife, they were being approached by fans, maybe paparazzi, I'm not sure. And she tripped. And at which point he said, and he said, enough. You back off. This is my wife. It's my personal space. Back off. Understandable. You know, his wife was tripped. They were leaving from a movie theatre. That is totally understandable. It was not a premiere. Pope Francis famously a couple of years ago had a lady who had held onto his hand at a public visitation, and he slapped her repeatedly. And they didn't
on the
come
hand.
On the hand, yes, just to clarify. But they didn't come out afterwards and apologise because they didn't have to in that situation. Denzel Washington, and I agree, he doesn't have to apologise for this. He was within his right to have the argument that he had, regardless of the fact that it was on a red carpet. But I do think it may have been a stretch too far for the setting that he was in. And I feel like his publicist would probably perhaps not be overly joyed with that moment.
And advise him against
Yeah,
doing this
further
ever again.
outbursts.
But I feel like it's the age-old story, isn't it? It's the paparazzi and the celebrity. There's always been such a big conflict with both of them. It's something that we've heard about for, gosh, as long as I can remember.
Absolutely, and but it's always in a situation whereby it's not okay. Famously, the Princess Diana story from 1997 is exactly that. It's not okay. That was her private time. This is not Denzel Washington's private time. This is your time to promote your movie. You are at work, sir. I'm afraid that this is an inconvenience, but not...
I don't want to defend Denzel too much, but I think it was the violation of the personal space that ticked him, really. If the journalist was just trying to take a picture and just said a few words to him, I don't think the outburst was going to be as
So
bad.
I think we need a minute beforehand to see what happened in the run-up to it, because currently we don't have that.
Yeah.
We can just see bits and pieces. There may have been a lot more to it. I don't want to... I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt here, I feel, so I don't want to... In case there's more to it, fair enough. But for right now, from what I saw, I thought, a bit much, Denzel, a bit much.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. While continuing to cover the aftermath of the shooting and killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington, D.C., most American newspapers reported on the decision of a federal judge to block Trump from revoking international students' immigration status. However, another story received extensive attention also today, relating to a major escalation between Trump's administration and elite universities in the U.S. like Harvard, after the government halted Harvard's ability to admit international students. The New York Times, for one, dedicated on its front, or an entire section on its front page, to this story, publishing many reports on different aspects of the government's latest decision. one of which tried to explain how the government was able to do that. Miriam Jordan reviews in her report the Trump administration's decision to revoke Harvard's certification to enroll international students, a move that could force nearly 7,000 foreign students to transfer or face deportation. The author also explains how the administration acted by cutting Harvard's access to SEVI's database, which schools use to track and report on international students' visa status. While the students' visas remain valid, Harvard can no longer legally confirm their enrollment, putting their status in jeopardy. The report expects that Harvard is likely to challenge the decision in court, arguing the action is arbitrary, retaliatory, and threatens academic freedom. Legal experts suggest Harvard has a strong case, as the government's move could be seen as an overreach and a violation of the university's rights. Moving on to Politico, which published a report saying the Trump administration is rallying around Israel, but not Netanyahu. The report reviews the growing tension between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, highlighting that while Trump publicly condemned the killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington and calls himself a strong supporter of Israel, there is indeed frustration inside his administration over Netanyahu's constant demands and approach to Middle East issues. Trump has started also to focus more on building ties with Arab Gulf countries and is pushing for an end to the Gaza war, sometimes leaving Israel indeed out of key talks. The piece notes that Trump's team is divided on how to handle Israel, and Trump is less patient with Netanyahu's strategy. As a result, Netanyahu is becoming more isolated, even as the US-Israel alliance remains important. Lilach Shoval published an article in Israel Hayom asking how could Israel have missed the Houthi threat. The article reviews how Israel underestimated the Houthi threat from Yemen, focusing intelligence and resources on Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas instead. Shoval notes that for years, the Houthis were seen as a secondary concern, despite warnings and their growing arsenal of Iranian-supplied missiles and drones. The author goes on to say that this oversight became clear when the Houthis launched dozens of missiles and also drones at Israel, with some penetrating air defenses and causing serious disruptions, including a missile strike at Israel's main airport. The Houthis attacks have exposed gaps in Israel's intelligence and also defense systems, straining the Iron Dome and other interceptors. The article concludes that analysts now believe military force alone cannot stop the threat, as the Houthis remain resilient, well-armed, and emboldened by Iranian support. The Wall Street Journal published 2 exclusive reports today, one regarding the U.S.'s consideration to redeploy thousands of troops from South Korea to Guam and other areas in the region, while the other uncovers details of the killing of Hamas leader in Gaza, Mohammed Sinwar. However, the editorial board focused today on how to improve the House tax and budget bill after House Republicans passed their giant bill on Thursday. The editorial explains that the House bill had to pass because the alternative was a GOP failure to govern, but also the Senate now has a chance to make it better. The piece highlights that the passing of this bill is a political win for Speaker Mike Johnson, but notes its policy shortcomings. It explains that the bill makes the Trump era individual tax cuts, it makes them permanent. It also boosts defense spending and includes modest welfare and student loan reforms. It also expands health savings accounts and tightens work requirements for food stamps and Medicaid, though deeper Medicaid reforms were indeed avoided. The article also points out that the bill phases out green energy tax credits faster and raises the cap on state and local tax deductions, a move criticized as a step back from earlier GOP reforms. The article concludes that while the bill is imperfect, it represents progress for Republicans and urges the Senate to further improve it. Le Monde reported on the historic decision by the European Union to lift all economic sanctions against Syria, following a similar move by the United States. The piece highlights that this coordinated action aims to support Syria's reconstruction after years of civil war and the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime. The lifting of sanctions will allow Syria to rejoin the international banking system and attract much needed investment, offering hope for economic recovery. However, the report notes that the EU will maintain targeted measures against former regime officials and those responsible for human rights abuses. European leaders emphasized that this decision is conditional, reversible, and not a blank check, insisting on transparency and ongoing monitoring of Syria's transition. The piece concludes that despite optimism, experts warn that rebuilding will require time, stability, and further reforms. Newspapers continue to analyze President Trump's Oval Office meeting with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, where Trump repeatedly focused on the claim of a genocide of white farmers in South Africa, despite no evidence supporting this narrative. Monica Hesse tried to unpack Trump's obsession with dead white farmers in the Washington Post, highlighting how Trump used the phrase as a racially charged talking point, ignoring South African officials' explanations that farm violence affects both black and white citizens and is not racially motivated. The piece criticizes Trump for dismissing the country's complex history and for using misinformation to stoke fear and division. The review concludes that Trump's fixation on this false narrative undermines serious diplomacy and fuels distrust in the media and international relations. And we'll end with the Financial Times, which published a report reviewing the recent G7 Finance Ministers Summit in Canada, where leaders pledged unwavering support for Ukraine and warned they would ramp up sanctions on Russia if no ceasefire is reached. Despite concerns that the US may be stepping back from the conflict, the G7 communiqué condemned Russia's ongoing war, also committed to keeping Russian assets frozen and promised to support Ukraine's reconstruction. The ministers also discussed the need to address global economic imbalances and risks posed by non-market policies, especially from China. But their statement also avoided direct criticism of US tariffs, reflecting divisions within the group. Overall, the report concludes that the summit showed unity on Ukraine, but exposed ongoing tensions over trade and economic strategy. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News. where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm your host, Michal Prendergast, and this is a review show of our major interviews and news stories throughout the week. And now for a roundup on all of the major US political stories of the week, I'm joined by Republican strategist Amanda Mackey. Thanks so much for your time, Amanda. First of all, I'd like to get your reaction on the news that 2 Israeli embassy staff have been shot dead leaving an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington.
This is a huge tragedy. Of course, we are all stunned. I think this town is really grieving because it really hit close to home when it happens in our nation's capital. We have multiple police forces here, whether it's the Capitol Police, the U.S. Park Police, the Metro Police for Washington, D.C. And for this to happen so close to the Capitol, to 2 young individuals, it's just such a heinous thing that's happened. I think we're all just trying to grapple with this. It's horrific because it was done in the name of a Hamas protester. I mean, in essence, that's what it was. And so it's really been tough for us to really understand all of this. But then you see it happening at commencement ceremonies, that they're continuing to chant this, free Palestine. And it's just really unnerving. And I think for this town in particular, we're all a little bit on edge that someone could come in such close proximity and really execution style murder 2 young individuals.
You're in Washington. What is the mood like and how are people reacting to the news?
I think people are just in shock. Again, like I said, with as much police presence as we have in a very small town like Washington, D.C., we just think, well, we're glad this happened a few blocks from the FBI building. So you had federal police presence very quickly on the scene, which is a good thing. But how did this happen? And I think that's the shock. It's a reception. It was a reception for peace, of all things. And it was a reception like many of the receptions that happen in Washington, D.C. every night when Congress is in town. Congress is about to leave, obviously, for the Memorial Day break, so they'll be gone all of next week. So I think everyone's just trying to wrap their head around, how did this happen and why did this happen? And that's really the shocking part of all of this. We're going to have graduation ceremonies of the major universities in Washington, D.C. George Washington University, for example, does this on the Mall. There's no metal detectors there. I mean, these are very scary things for a small town, a political town like this to be grappling with right now. And of course, on the heels of Memorial Day weekend, where tens of thousands will pour into this city to honor those who served.
Moving on to President Biden, who obviously had very sad news this week in regards to his cancer diagnosis. What has the reaction been on the Hill?
Well, again, I think that there is a lot of people, there's a lot of shock that this was able to go on for as long as it was and that it was covered up. I think that's the most the most hard thing to grapple with is how his staff, his family, really his wife, allowed this to be covered up and the American public to potentially re-elect a president who was in demise. I mean, we all saw it, we all knew it, but they kept pulling the wool over our eyes, if you will, and just saying that that's not the case, and he's healthy, he's in good spirits, you know, just like anyone his age. It's not just like anyone his age. And what I don't understand is I have a father who's a physician, and he struggles actually with these very same issue with prostate issues, and they check their PSA levels every year. How was it that he wasn't checking his PSA levels and all of a sudden it's this major cancer that's spreading? I mean, that just seems very out of the ordinary.
Mm. There's been a new book out about President Biden called Original Sin. President Biden's decline, its cover-up, and his disastrous choice to run again, authored by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. It's raised concerns on how fit Biden was to be president. Is this any surprise to you?
Well, it's not a surprise. I don't think it's really a surprise to the American people. But what is surprising, and I think what, you know, Jake Tapper in particular is being called out on, was that he allowed this to happen, and he allowed for you know, kind of a cover-up, if you will. I mean, they did not ask the tough questions. And when reporters were in the White House asking the tough questions, they all pushed back and they all said, these are bad reporters and they're crazy. Why are they doing this? They're attacking him. They're not attacking him. They were seeing the physical and mental decline of a president. They were calling it like they saw it. And Jake Tapper and the likes of Jake Tapper in the liberal media were covering it up, to the point that Jake Tapper has even admitted he should have been probing more. He didn't do enough. And he, in essence, covered up as a reporter and as much as a reporter could do. And of course, he's blaming it on the staff. Some of the staff are blaming it on the family, including the First Lady, Jill Biden. And so, you know, everyone's just pointing fingers at this point. But the media absolutely should be to blame if they were not reporting on the mental and physical decline of a president who was up for re-election. It's different if he was, you know, term limited and he was not running for re-election. That would be different. But he was actively seeking this position up until July. It's amazing that they just covered this up because of their hatred for President Trump.
And political strategy has always been something that's deeply interested me. Even myself, I couldn't help think that the strategy around pushing Biden up until the very end, replacing him with Kamala Harris, not having a primary, they essentially left the door wide open for Trump.
Well, I think that they thought that Kamala Harris could, you know, get enough funds. She was a woman of color. They really played the identity card game, thinking that identity politics is what this election was going to be about, when really it was about pushing back on the woke culture, the extremes we have in our culture right now, and the culture wars that they seemed to think, the Democrats seemed to think would help them. You know, President Trump pushed back on that. He pushed back on immigration and making sure that the border would be secure. And he said he would strengthen our economy. And that's what people voted for. I think the biggest single issue was immigration. And what the Biden administration did was criminal. Up until December of 2024, we had 25 to 30,000 migrants coming through our borders a day. And the Trump administration quickly reversed course on that. And they have really gotten high marks from independents, Republicans, and Democrats on that issue. And that's what President Trump focused on, and Kamala Harris did not.
Mm. Moving on to South Africa, the world has been talking about this. There's been a meeting between South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa and the US President Donald Trump. It ended with the president confronting the South African leader with a video of claims of white genocide in South Africa. What have you made of this row?
Well, I look at this as President Trump speaking up, giving a voice to the voiceless. And these are white farmers in South Africa where they are outnumbered, and they have been basically murdered. And these crosses and him showing the visual of this, you know, kind of taking a little bit of the president by surprise, the president of South Africa by surprise doing this. But I think this is exactly why people voted for President Trump, because he's not a diplomat in any way, shape, or form and doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to have glad handing and, backslapping. That's not who he is. He's going to take world leaders to task. He doesn't care. And that's where I think a lot of American people think that that's why they wanted to vote for him, because he was willing to do those things. And that's exactly what he did to the South African president yesterday. There are multiple speeches you can find online of the South African president saying that we need to take back our lands, we need to take them from those people. He is saying exactly what President Trump confronted him with. He gave a voice to the voiceless yesterday, and that was something that I think the world were taken by surprise. But it was a good thing for those who don't have a voice in South Africa, the white farmers.
President Donald Trump has said he's going to cut all future funding to South Africa over the allegations that it has been confiscating land, as he puts it, treating certain classes of people very badly.
Well, I think he's going to do everything that he can. I mean, certainly he's not in charge of South Africa, but if there's aid that they are giving our tax dollars to, he will certainly stop that. He's going to use every lever to make sure that he can do what he can to stop a genocide. And that's what he's going to do because he thinks it's the right thing. And again, I think President Trump has really stood for the American worker, and now he's standing for those who have been marginalized throughout the world. When their world leaders come to ask him for, business negotiations, to eliminate tariffs, whatever the issue might be, that's, I think, why, if you go back to the tariffs, why President Trump felt these are so important, because it gives him leverage. And if it gives him leverage to stop a genocide from happening in South Africa, he's going to use it.
Moving on to tax and what Trump has called his big, beautiful bill, the US House of Representatives has passed a wide-ranging tax bill backed by President Trump. It still needs the Senate approval. What's your reaction?
Well, this is, I think, kudos to the Speaker Mike Johnson, for really being able to push through a very challenging tax bill that, the majority is so slim of Republicans. It passed by one vote. This is like miraculous type work that the Speaker of the House was able to pull off. But, we were butting up against a Memorial Day recess. That's always an incentive for people to want to get out of town. So I think these members of Congress held out as long as they could. The uber conservatives held out as long as they could. But President Trump came in and he lobbied. And that lobbying effort really paid off. And so here we are with a bill that has passed in the House. It goes to the Senate now, and I don't think anyone doubts that the Senate will pass it, likely before the August recess, the next big recess that will be 5 weeks long.
How concerned are you about the US economy? The Democrats are saying it's going to cost working families absolute millions.
It's actually not. It's going to help middle class, upper class, and the low-income individuals in this country. I think what they're focused on are Medicaid requirements. And for those of you who don't know what Medicaid is, it's basically a government insurance program for the needy and the poor. The Democrats over the years had expanded this program significantly under Obamacare, and this was a way to rein that in. So I think the Democrats are targeting that Medicaid is being reined in, which it should be. Medicaid is not meant for people to stay on Medicaid for the rest of their lives. There are work requirements now that come into place sooner. In other words, we expect you to go back to work, and that's by the end of 2026. And that's why you saw the House Democrat leader, Hakeem Jeffries, he really didn't put up a fight on this bill. They didn't vote for it, but they didn't put up a fight either, because the tax cuts do actually help millions of Americans in all tax brackets.
Donald Trump, in a social media post, has called it arguably the most significant piece of legislation that will ever be signed in the history of the country. What's your take on that?
Well, the no tax on tips, for example, that's something new. They've also created incentive programs to put money away for your child's future. And so there are some new things in this, but also the tax extenders that help businesses, that help small business owners, the tax cuts that stay in place, the highest bracket at 37%. These are all just things that are common, make sense things. And I think President Trump's view is they've been in place since 2017 when this bill was originally enacted. And they'll go into, for the next 10 years. And he's very proud of that accomplishment, as he should be. So, again, kudos to Speaker Mike Johnson for everything that he was able to accomplish with the slimmest of majorities. This bill passed by 1 vote.
Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us again, Kevin. Obviously, I have to start at what Trump has called his big, beautiful bill, a new landmark tax bill for the US. I'd love to hear your take on the affairs.
Well, it's still over an increase to the deficit of $3 trillion. So it's going to get a lot of pushback in the next phase of negotiations because there's a lot of fiscal hawks in the U.S. that don't approve of this bill conceptually because there's not enough cutting of spending. And so we're at the beginning of a process. I don't anticipate this will become law until sometime in July or August. So there's a tremendous amount of negotiation to go on now. You've really got a lot of debate about when does the U.S. balance its budget? And we just had recent downgrade of Moody's on the Treasury, which is putting pressure on rates on both the short and long end. So it's not over yet. It's the beginning of something, but I would say it's really only in the second inning.
One thing that stood out to me is the national debt of the US. It's going to balloon up to $3.3 trillion over the next 10 years. What are the implications of this?
Debate. That's what's going to happen here. There's a fraction within the Republican Party that is not on board for this increase. And how to satiate those individuals so that they get on board for the final passage of this into law sometime in July or August, that's going to be what everybody's going to be watching. This is really sausage being made. You're actually seeing this occur because you've got a debt ceiling issue. You've got a lot of members that are not interested in increasing the deficit. You've got people within the administration that want to see a balanced budget, a cut in spending. It's raucous, to say the least. And so this is the beginning. And the fact that it got through the vote last night, that's great. But again, I don't know what it's going to look like by the time it gets to the end game, and nobody does.
And in terms of clean energy tax credits have been hit as well. Trump is doing what he said he was going to do, and that's drill, baby, drill.
Yes, that's true. But what's really going on with the drill, baby, drill and Doug Burgum as the energy czar is the idea of deregulation, about allowing access to federal lands, about changing the policy on pipelines coming out of Canada, all kinds of new initiatives to export LNG, natural gas, compressed gas. I mean, all of this is happening at the same time towards getting the U.S. energy independent. And that's not really affecting the budget too much. It is affecting the optimism around the idea that there won't be an energy debate. But even on that score, there's quite a bit of concern that right now Trump has to choose between two factions. Does he keep households with low-cost energy and starve off industry growth? Or, does he do the reverse? Does he give the power to it? Because right now the grid in the United States is tapped out. You can't get another gigawatt anywhere. And so the initiative now is what other sources of energy can they get? And that's why they're focusing so much on stranded natural gas in states like North Dakota, Virginia, West Virginia, Louisiana, Kentucky. I mean, they're looking for every drop of energy they can find. They're going to need turbines to convert this into electricity, but there's a crisis emerging on energy, and it's not really reflected in the budget because we haven't got to that place yet, but Burgum is sounding the warning cry right now about this, and I don't think it's going to land on a deaf ear with the president.
And turning to China, one thing that has definitely not fallen on deaf ears is tariffs. He has said many times again, it's a beautiful word. You yourself said retailers should not be expected to eat the tariffs. What do you mean by that?
Well, the president has been putting pressure on Walmart specifically when they came out saying, wait a second, you know, maybe a third of our products are somehow sourced or components are sourced in China, and those prices going up will be passed through to consumers. So prices will go up. It'll be inflationary on prices. And he pushed back and said, no, you should eat it. Unfortunately, he can say that, but, you know, most businesses aren't going to eat it. They're just not going to do that. They may take some of the margin, but they're going to pass these prices on. And none of this has happened yet. You haven't seen this yet in any of the data because we basically have a pause in these tariffs. But by the time the 90 days is over, these prices will probably reflect a higher price point because of input costs. I mean, at the end of the day, this is very, very simple. These tariffs are no different than the price of sugar going up or coffee or cinnamon going into a carrot cake. It's going to be inflationary. And that's what Trump is trying to avoid, because the last thing he can afford now is to have energy prices spike on consumers or to have eggs and butter and milk skyrocket because of tariffs in some way, or any kind of toy, for example. He's even spoken about that because the midterm elections are coming up. So Trump is in a tight space here. He wants to put tariffs on, but he can't stop prices from going up. So we're in an interesting, delicate narrative right now. And that's why he paused the tariffs to see if he could work out a deal with China on a reciprocal basis, maybe at 10%. That probably can be absorbed a lot easier than 25, 30, 40, or right now 145%.
Yes, of course. And one of your contemporaries, Ray Dalio, has been raising the alarm over China, saying Trump, he must negotiate in a very tough manner with China. Do you share this view?
I do, because it's not just about tariffs. It's about IP theft. Access to their markets on a reciprocal basis, access to their legal system to resolve trade disputes, which we don't have. You know, issues like TikTok. There's no American social media product that is spyware in China. And so we have all of these issues boiling up on the China front, which are completely different than the negotiations going on in places like India, Japan, the EU, or England. Canada or Mexico, they're all different. So you've got a lot of these different pain points that are happening at the same time. No administration's tried to resolve 60 trade deals at once, and Trump is trying to do that. And that's why there's a fair amount of skepticism, particularly from political rivals, but also the market itself. Now, the fact that there is some kind of rationale, and the Chinese have come to the table in Geneva, brought a lot of hope back into financial markets and services. And it's now really, you have to watch two markets, the debt markets and the equity markets, and they kind of trade off each other. And every day, if there's another tweet out of Trump, it can produce instability in those markets. So it's a rather interesting time, and there's volatility, that's for sure.
Speaking of volatility, alarm bells, they seem to be ringing in Europe at the moment. BYD, the Chinese EV firm, has overtaken Tesla in Europe for the first time. What do you make of that?
Competition exists amongst electric vehicles. I'm sure Elon Musk is watching this. It's a price point issue as well. The Chinese have an advantage in producing batteries. One of their companies just went public on Hong Kong and got a huge market cap. Batteries are essential. It's a massive component of EV. And the Chinese government at any time, if they wish, can subsidize to gain market share, which they do. And that's one of the complaints that various markets have, including Europe, the dumping of product at lower prices. And those are issues that should have been resolved in the World Trade Organization starting back in 2000 when China joined. And it's one of the big issues that is being debated in the U.S. and in Europe about China. They don't comply with the World Trade Organization. So whether this market share gain is because of dumping or whether it's because the product is superior or a combination of both, you don't really know right now. But I'm sure Tesla will be competitive, but the game is on because it's not just electric cars, it's autonomous driving that's at stake here. And that's why people are concerned about theft, IP theft in China. All of this technology, much of it find its roots in American code or European code or German code. And the Chinese just ripped it off and then developed from there. And so that's got to stop as well.
Moving to Canada, Mark Carney has pulled off a pretty miraculous victory against all odds there. We know they're facing some pretty huge economic challenges. What did you make of his victory, and how much do you think Trump has played a part?
Carney was very successful in playing the fear of Trump that occurred in Canada during the Trump suggesting that Canada should be purchased by the United States. That was very unpopular in Canada. Carney basically said, look, don't look at our party's track record. We know we've put Canada into an economic coma. We have lost on every market share across the G20. We have no GDP growth anymore. Per capita debt is the highest ever. And of course, 25% of the population of Canada is now at the poverty line. The party was a disaster under the previous Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and he got kicked out by his own party. He was replaced by Carney. But Carney was very smart in using Trump as the fulcrum, the leverage, to put fear into Canadian hearts and get himself elected. Unfortunately, he did not win a majority mandate. Parliamentary history in Australia, England, Canada, if you don't win a majority mandate on your first go round in the parliamentary system, it's not a great outcome. 12 to 18 months is usually another election. And that's probably what Carney faces if he doesn't turn the economy around. Now, on the other hand, it couldn't be worse. It'd be very hard to make it worse. So everything he does now could be better. He's got to try and figure out how to get people to reinvest in Canada. Nobody wants to do that anymore. There's a bill in Canada called C-69, which is a no pipeline bill, no environmental projects bill, no mining bill, no anything bill. And so as a result, no money comes to Canada anymore. And the Canadian dollar collapsed almost 40% during the 10 years that the Liberals were in power, or at least under Justin Trudeau. So everything's in the worst place it's ever been. And so from there, he could be successful in building it back. Everybody's willing to give him a chance. He's not as stupid as I hate to say those words, but it's true. Trudeau is an idiot, and Carney is not. And so hopefully the idiot king is gone, replaced by somebody who has a better track record. And now it's all up to him. Can he do anything? He's got 18 months. If he doesn't deliver, the Canadians will kick him out and hire somebody else.
Would they hire you? Would you like to see a run as Prime Minister in Canada?
I gave that a shot back in 2016. I don't think I want to go through that again. I admire anybody, including Carney, who goes into the process of serving the public into politics. It's a nasty business. My hands are full with the other projects I'm working on globally. I'm very happy with all of the various investments I'm making, including in the UAE, which I'm very excited about. And, it's sort of, it's great to have done it, but no thanks.
Noted, Kevin. So to move on to the record surge of Bitcoin, is this a sign of strength of crypto or a weakness in traditional finance?
The reason this is occurring, in my view, is that I don't know if you're watching what's happened in the last 48 hours, the advancement of what's called the Genius Act in the United States, which was the old Stablecoin Act. This passed the Senate with 66 votes 48 hours ago and is now being debated on the House floor. Elizabeth Warren is very much against it. But even last night, they picked up 6 more advocates, 6 more representatives that are now not listening to her. I mean, she's gone into a rant saying that the Stablecoin Act or the Genius Bill is actually going to enrich the Trump family, which has nothing to do with Trump at all. It's about digital payment systems, but it's a good way for her to try and stop the act because she has an unusual case of Trump derangement syndrome, and that is making her vision a little cloudy right now. And other people have the same syndrome, but you have to avoid the noise with Trump. You have to look at the signal, and it looks right now that the administration is going to pass this Stablecoin Act, which will allow the U.S. currency to become a form of digital payment system globally, which is a good thing for the U.S. dollar in the view of most senators and representatives. And so if this passes, and the reason it affected Bitcoin is it leads to the next bill, which is called the markets. Structure Act. And the Structure Act determines whether Bitcoin is a commodity or a security. And once that's decided, institutional wealth and sovereign wealth can now go into Bitcoin and allocate it as an asset. And that is very, very positive for price discovery on Bitcoin. And as a result, the coin has moved past $100,000 in value. And there's a fair amount of interest in it because if they anticipate that the Stablecoin Act will pass and that eventually both the House and Senate will look at the Market Structure Act and determine what Bitcoin is as an asset, and it will become an alternative asset class for institutional investing.
And how do you respond to the likes of Warren Buffett, who said, obviously, Bitcoin has no intrinsic value? Obviously, there's a lot of the traditional investors. Are they being left behind in the past?
Well, Jamie Dimon has the same view. There are many who don't agree, and they are certainly entitled to their opinion. But clearly, there's a market for Bitcoin. It's a volatile asset, and had you invested in it 24 months ago, it was probably one of the best performing assets you could have invested in vis-a-vis the US dollar or any other currency. So while I respect Warren's view, and certainly Jamie Dimon is a successful executive in the money center banking industry, the market doesn't care, and they'll make their own decisions and they'll take their own risks. Everybody has an opinion, and that's how markets are made, and that's absolutely fair. But I think the market has spoken on Bitcoin. I think it's here to stay.
With US debt being downgraded and inflation cooling, is Bitcoin finally acting like digital gold?
That's speculation that many are making, that there's only 21 million eventually Bitcoin, a piece of information on scarcity, and therefore there's no government that can print any more of it. That's not the case for any currency like the US dollar or any other currency for that matter. So on that aspect, maybe it's attractive, and some people are big believers in that. We'll see, but it just, at the end of the day, I think what will have more impact on the dollar is the passage of the Stablecoin Act, because in order to issue a stablecoin, you have to back it with treasuries shorter than 92-day duration. So demand for treasuries is going to be huge. In fact, right now, the stats show that Tether, another stablecoin, USDC is the two that are big, USDC and Tether, has more treasury holdings than Germany does, U.S. Treasury holdings. So you can see that the trend towards digitization of the American currency will really increase demand for Treasury itself, Treasury bills. Very interesting development in digital currency.
I wonder how much of this Bitcoin rally is tied to the US-China trade de-escalation. How fragile is that link?
It's not clear that it's tied to any one thing. For quite a while, it was tied to the NASDAQ and tech, but it seems to have decoupled from that. Now the concern is around the printing of American money, American dollars, to pay back debt and interest. And so if you're concerned about that, and there's an unlimited supply of money you can print, you may want to take a position in Bitcoin because it's not something that's unlimited. It has scarcity. And that seems to be what's driving its latest price appreciation.
With Trump and yourself, obviously, you're pushing for crypto regulation. This is really the future of crypto. When it becomes a stable coin, then you're going to see, obviously, governments, all sorts of financial institutions putting billions and billions of dollars, as Trump, he likes to say. Do you think, or what is the ceiling at which the price of Bitcoin might reach?
Anybody's guess. There's another conference coming up in Las Vegas shortly. There was a lot of speculation it would be at 100,000 by then. In fact, it is past that. Nobody really knows about the demand metrics at any one time. One thing is certain, though, about the price of Bitcoin, it's volatile. And so if you're going to own it in a portfolio, you probably need diversification, because the volatility in Bitcoin is, in some ways, more volatile than any other market. And so I think It will remain highly volatile until the institutional investor is allowed to allocate to it, because institutional investors put generally a 1 to 5% weighting in any one asset class, and they hold those positions often for extremely long periods of time. And so when they come into the market, they'll be buying and selling and making markets for Bitcoin that don't exist today. And I think that's when things stabilize for Bitcoin. And I think we're a little ways off, maybe a year or two. But I know that if the Stablecoin Act passes, I, along with many others, will be working on clearing the Market Structure Act that will determine Bitcoin's place in the institutional cap table.
And speaking of asset classes, ETFs, what does Coinbase joining the S&P 500 say about crypto's mainstream legitimacy?
Well, I'm a shareholder of Coinbase, and I'm a shareholder of Robinhood, and I was a shareholder of WonderFi, which was just acquired, or at least the announcement pending regulatory approval happened last week. I'm a believer that you should own the infrastructure, and these are the places for price discovery. They're exchanges. In the case of Robinhood, a full broker dealer, so you can actually hold securities, ETFs, Robinhood stock, and crypto, all in the same platform. And so there's a lot of digitization is occurring, a lot of excitement about this. But the fact that Coinbase has made it into the index is a reaffirmation that crypto will eventually, in my view, it's my opinion, will become the 12th sector of the S&P. It's got too much productivity associated with it, and I think cost reduction and opportunity on chain and a lot of other attributes that are interesting. And the fact that institutional investors are willing to own the picks and shovels through ownership of Robinhood and Coinbase just gives you that idea of how much farther we've come in just the last 4 years.
I've got time for just one more short question. I can't have Mr. Wonderful on the show and to not ask, obviously, for people who don't know, he probably is or has one of the finest watch collections in the world. What's on your wrist today, Kevin?
Well, funny you should ask that, because I have on my left wrist, New York time, a classic Rolex Steel Daytona, issued in 2015, discontinued in 2019, so it's a vintage. But on my, sorry, that was my left. My left hand has New York time. On my right, this is a Siddiqui watch. It was, I got just a couple of weeks ago when I met with the Siddiqui family. As you know, Siddiqui is one of the most important dealers in the world. But Siddiqui's done something else. Because they support horology, and even Hind Siddiqui, who has Watch Week in Dubai coming up in November, the watch collectors like me understand Siddiqui brings new watchmakers into the world by showcasing them, and they often bring them there first. But the Siddiqui family themselves are master watch designer. There's hundreds of watchmakers working for Siddiqui, and this design, this beautiful, it's called a vintage, is made of tantalum. Only 24 of them made. This is number 19, with a really interesting band, stretch band. And
of course, a red band.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Siddiqui himself knew I would only wear it with a red band, and I think it looks beautiful, this black onyx style. It's a stunning piece. I've worn it around the world in the last 2 weeks. Everybody stops me and says, "What is that?" So Siddiqui started the conversation. He's certainly not ending it. This watch is going to make its way onto Shark Tank. They love it in wardrobe. I just think what the Siddiquis are doing is spectacular. I love the fact they support young, new watchmakers, and they bring them to the world and they showcase them. And of course, they service all the royal families in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, and certainly in the UAE. I'm a huge fan. And other collectors have seen this. It's been on television on several U.S. shows in the last few days. People just can't stop asking me about it. So sorry, Siddiqui, you're going to have to sell a lot more of these.
Of course, and we look forward to seeing that watch on the upcoming season of Shark Tank. Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, thanks so much for your time.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Joining me now is Riz Khan. Riz, thank you so much for your time. I'd like to start off this interview with your upbringing.
Mihal, thanks for the invite. It's always fun to have the tables turned. It's always a reminder to me how my interviewees feel at the end of each interview. So my upbringing was an interesting one because of where it started and where it sort of ended up. As a journalist, I get to meet people with fantastic backstories, so mine seems quite insignificant to me now. But I was born in Aden, in Yemen, when it was a British colony. So my passport has Aden written in it. It doesn't actually have any country, just says Aden. It was a British colony run out of India, ironically at the time, with the Indian rupee as the currency. So there was a civil war, basically, when I was about 4 years old. The country split into north and south. And so being in South Yemen, in Aden, we left as it turned into a communist government, the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. And having been born with British passports, my family was basically able to flee to London. My mother used to get upset when I said we fled to London. Anytime I said it anywhere public, she said, we didn't flee, we had the passports. So I have to now say we strategically withdrew with the British. So, but my roots actually are essentially Indian and Pakistani mix. Although the irony is my mother, myself, my brother, my father, we were all born under British rule. So my mother born in British Yemen as well, in Mukalla. My father born in Amritsar in British India and becoming Pakistani in the partition. And so it's kind of ironic that we have that mix of South Asian culture, which was still kind of prevalent at home, the Arabic culture, and my mother and family was completely fluent in Arabic. I lost it when we moved to London. And then growing up in a very British environment, which, you know, I'm easily identified by my accent. So it's an interesting mix. And then having lived in the Middle East, the UK, the US, it's quite a good, kind of an interesting upbringing to have as a journalist.
Yes, and I'm sure in that, having that interesting upbringing, as you said, at the British Empire, the sun it never set on the British Empire. Is that what sparked your interest in journalism or in current affairs and world affairs?
Well, I just discovered the hours we work in journalism means the sun never sets on us either. So maybe it was a natural, you know, I was trying to cling on to the empire in some way. But actually, no, I didn't have any interest in journalism from an early age. Since I was 6, I wanted to be a doctor. So my background was always science and medical. I was actually, you know, really keen from an early age to be a doctor, a surgeon in particular. And the way I ended up in journalism is that basically I did my degree in medical physiology. I didn't get a grant for the time I needed to do an MBCHB, but I was given a place to complete my studies to become a doctor, full-on doctor, if I did 3 years clinical studies. And by then I was in a single-parent family. My mother and father divorced when I was 6. So we never had the funds to kind of pay my way through, you know, the clinical courses that I needed to for 3 years. So journalism was kind of a way to do something while I raised the money to go back into medicine. But I started out in BBC local radio, and it's so badly paid you feel like you're paying them to be there. So I never really had a chance. And then my career kind of took off quite quickly. That's what changed things.
And where was that in local radio?
So I started out, I mean, I studied radio journalism in a small college, 1-year course in Cosham, just outside Portsmouth in the south of England. And I was sent to Radio Lancashire in the north as part of my kind of internship, as you'd call it now, attachment, as we called it at the BBC. And that's when I first went north of Watford as a southerner in England. And Radio Lancashire became quite a big thing for me because apart from my first experience in a radio station, and I woke up at 6 a.m. and heard my first report on local radio, and it was quite absolutely fascinating as an experience. It was the fact that I discovered another part of the country, how cultures vary across the UK itself. And I actually volunteered at so many BBC radio stations while I desperately looked for work that I actually got to see a lot of the country too. So I was all over the place.
And everyone speaks about their big break. What was your big break in radio and then into TV?
So I guess in a way the break for me into radio was when I was at Radio Lancashire. I was basically unpaid. I was doing everything, you know, volunteering and helping out. And the deputy editor at Radio Lancashire happened to be sent to fill in for 6 months or a year or so up in Cumbria, at Radio Cumbria, even further north, to take over while the manager was on leave. So I ended up being asked by her. She saw how much I worked hard for free at Radio Lancashire, so I think she thought he'll be cheap. So I ended up in Cumbria, and that was my first contract, actually, and it was just amazing to know I would earn something for 6 months. But while I was there, I was applying for pretty much everything under the sun. especially at the BBC, and ended up on something called the News Trainee Scheme. And that was an interesting one because they never took my kind of person, if you like. By that I mean I wasn't from privately educated schooling. I wasn't from Oxford or Cambridge, and almost everyone in the News Trainee Scheme was from that background. They had 9,000 applications and 12 places, so I don't know how I got on. But that was really the big break, because that's where I was trained for both radio and TV, and that was almost like a fast track within the BBC. You know, the trainees were almost anyone you know on TV now, like Jeremy Paxman, Richard Quest was there around the same time as me. A whole bunch of people you would know came from that scheme.
So, as you said, being of British Asian origin, did you experience any discrimination? Obviously, being the first British Asian to be a news anchor as well, you broke the mould in a way.
Well, it was funny, you know. Again, when I think back to how I, got onto the News Trainee Scheme, it was about a year later they actually started to look into. They did like a little commission to look into diversity at the BBC and started something called the Asian Afro-Caribbean Scheme. And I remember one day, this is before the Afro and Asia Caribbean Scheme, someone saying to me, "Oh, are you the token ethnic?" And I said, "Well, I never thought of that myself that way, but I was the first person, brown guy, as they called it around there." I think it's because I sounded British, and the BBC, and Britain in general, maybe a little less so now, but Britain in general is rather, it's still very classist, I guess, but it was very classist at the BBC, and someone had to sound like they were from the BBC, probably more than look like it. I mean, I guess they might have thought I'd be stuck on radio and never go in front of a camera. But
did you practice it at home, or
no? So
elocution?
No, nothing like that. Actually, that's an interesting thing. They never taught us at the BBC how to present. We were always taught how to write, how to produce, how to do journalism. We were taught law, legal stuff for journalists and stuff, and public administration, that kind of stuff. But actually, the one thing I had to do was slow down, because I still speak very quickly. But it was much worse, to the point where there were times I played drums with a band. On the weekend, we recorded on a cassette. Do you remember those little things we took? So
just about.
Yeah, just about in your case, I guess. And I heard the recording played back, and there was someone I couldn't understand. I said, "Who's that?" And they said, "That's you." I said, "I can't understand what I'm saying." I was speaking so quickly, So I did slow down.
So what was the reaction in the newsroom?
I guess because, again, I worked hard. I did long shifts, so, I would always fill in. I've always been committed to working. So even though my passion was medicine, I soon developed a large interest in what journalism was about. Always worked hard. I think work ethic is a crucial thing, whatever the job, really, whatever the job. And I think because I was always around, willing to do stuff, always, kept it friendly with everyone, always asked questions. I hope for the right questions, just to learn, and never took anything for granted. And I think that was an important factor. So I felt I blended in quite easily and fit in quite quickly.
Did you feel pressure from your community as a representative of them to do your best for your community?
The people of Hounslow?
Yeah.
No, actually, no. So the interesting thing is, I didn't think of it that way, but I had so many people as I got established, young Asians would come up to me and say, thank you so much for sticking with it, because I was able to say to my folks, oh, look, there's one of us there, so it can be done. Because South Asian culture, even my mother thought I was going to go back to medicine for the longest time. And she'd always ask me, by now I was doing radio and a bit of TV. And she'd say, when are you going to go back into medicine? Because I guess, those kind of jobs feel safe, secure and respected. But the only time she actually started to kind of question her pushing me back to medicine was when I appeared on TV, and her friends would start calling her and say, "Oh, we saw your son on TV." And then she was like, "Is that a real job?" So I didn't feel pressure to represent anyone, but I do take the trouble to talk to people, to mentor them as much as I can, for the simple reason that I benefited a lot from having mentors in the industry. And so, irrespective of background, whatever, I would say to people, learn from the people around you who have experience. And that's what I try to do, and that's what I try to give back.
So, this moves on to the BBC World Service. What was it like being part of the launch team of that, a very exciting project at the time?
So the interesting thing was I was with the BBC in total for about 8 years. I had 1 year out where I joined the independent sector. My only real experience in the BBC and independent were the two main players. And I was in the independent sector for a year at Central TV in Birmingham, which is actually where I met one of my closest friends, Neil Curry, whom you know because he's my executive producer.
Of course.
So we were in
Lovely
journalism
man.
then. You have to say that because he's nearby. So what happened was that was a great year. I got to report, I got to present, anchor, I got to do so much. And it was a fantastic year, made such a good friend and good friends generally. But I got called asking if I wanted to be part of something called BBC World Service Television News, BBC WSTV. And I was like, there is no BBC WSTV. And the guy who hired me, was one of the bosses, said, no, you idiot, we want to launch it. So I only had 1 year at Central, and I was back at the BBC in 1990, end of 1990? No, beginning of 91. We launched BBC World Service TV in November 1991. And I co-presented, with a woman anchor, I co-presented the very first show back then. And, it was an interesting time because the BBC had thought of World Service TV News forever. They now just call it BBC World. But they thought of it forever and never got around to doing it until CNN appeared on the scene. Then they panicked and launched BBC World Service TV News.
Yes, and that brings us on to CNN, which I believe is the golden age of cable news. So you've gone from BBC International, then to the CNN International. What was that like? You moved to Atlanta. It was a huge shift in your life.
It was, and I actually wasn't keen to go. When I was approached initially by then Vice President, sadly he's passed away now, Peter Vesey, he called me and he said, we'd love you to come to America and come and join. And I said, look, I'll come and have a look. But I'm, in all honesty, I like my job very much at BBC World. It was just really, it was good. I enjoyed it, great crew, and we were pioneering, it felt like, Anyway, I went out to Atlanta in October 1992, had a look around, and it was a very sleepy town back then. And I just said to Peter, really, I'm not that interested, in all honesty. And then they came back one more time, another, offer, and, oh, come on, we'd really like you to join. I said no again. Then I was talking to my boss at the BBC all along. I explained to her, look, I keep getting approached by CNN. And it was her who said, on the third approach, you should accept this, because if they want you that badly, it's a good sign. And secondly, it's an adventure and you can always come back. With that mental safety net, I thought I'll go and give it a try. It was such a different culture and environment. And again, we were setting up CNN International. I was one of the first recruits, setting it up from scratch. So that made it exciting. And the pace was totally different from the BBC. BBC didn't have breaking news in those days. And so suddenly I was like, get on the set now. Well, my show isn't until, no, breaking news. So it was a big learning curve. Yeah, it was a fantastic time, actually.
Yeah, and what was your experience with Ted Turner? Obviously, him and the world of TV and news in general, as well as sport, a towering figure. Do you have any personal anecdotes of him?
I love Ted. He was I don't consider him, a visionary, which is what people tend to call him. I think he's a maverick. And by that, I mean that he was the kind who would push the boundaries irrespective, just because people said you couldn't do it. I mean, Elon Musk is a bit like that, with the whole electric cars, you've got to do it. People are saying, I don't think it can really be viable. And of course, he kind of proved it was, and it's just accelerated the race to get electric cars out there. And in that sense, Ted Turner spoke whatever, he shot from the hip, as they said in America. He did what he wanted to, said what he wanted to, and when someone said you can't do 24-hour news, he was determined to do it. So it's not like he planned it out and said, hey, isn't it time we had 24-hour news? And he was always funny because he would say things that would now be very politically incorrect, but also just his approach to things. He was cheeky, he would walk around the CNN center, very loud voice, deep southern accent. One time there was a bridge across the center of the atrium at CNN center, and there was a lot of tourists. I mean, he made it a tourist, venue. And these Korean or Japanese tourists were crossing, taking pictures of everything, and with a tour guide, paying tourists. And Ted, in the middle, stopped, and of course they turned around when the tour guide said, well, that's Ted Turner, the founder. They were like, and he's like, hey, Riz, can you believe these guys? They make me $1 million a year. So he was, he was a character.
Yes, and in the golden age of media, as it was, you had some incredible stories. The one that stands out for me that I know you covered was O.J. Simpson.
Well, yeah, it almost covered itself, because for me it was a bit bizarre. It was one of the first big stories when we launched CNN International's newsroom. April '94 is when CNN International officially got its own facility and became this kind of big independent channel from CNN. Before that, we were kind of blending in with their stuff and using their facilities. And suddenly, we were sitting there just watching hours on end of a court case with O.J. Simpson and the car chase and everything else that happened before that. And to me, that was a bit strange because, you know, it was so Americana for a start. That was a great story. It was unique. But it was a strange thing to be doing because I was thinking, well, why aren't we doing international news? There's things happening everywhere. But it was one of the first big stories, yeah. So, you know, everyone's eyes were glued to that. Around the world as well because of CNN.
And it was a very charged time, obviously, racially. The court case, it spawned a lot of division at the time. Yeah. Did you feel that in the newsroom?
Well, yeah, Atlanta was a big shock for me coming from the UK, which was for me, very diverse, very multicultural. My friends were from every background and colour, especially in West London. It was a very diverse area. And coming to Atlanta, where Atlanta first is considered a black city, you know. They had, you know, one of the first black mayors, if not the first black mayor, but certainly one of the first. And it was a big hub for black music, for African-American culture and everything in general. But it always struck me as being a bit strange, having come from the UK, that at the end of the day, you know, white people went one way, black people went the other. And there was a lot I learned about racial politics and how strong they still are in the US, being in Atlanta. And yeah, when the O.J. Simpson verdict was announced that he was not guilty, it was interesting to watch the reaction in the newsroom, that in the case of a lot of the white people, there was dismay. In the case of a lot of the black people, there was joy. So again, it kind of reflected what was happening in society to some degree. But, you know, it's a much deeper story and issue than simply just saying it was because black people were happy and white people were not. It's a much deeper story overall, America's race politics.
What did you make of the verdict personally? Guilty or not guilty?
Well, you know, look, and not through any particular race prejudice, definitely not because, you know, of my diversity, but I just thought there was a lot of theatre. And I think the verdict might have been different had there not been so much theatre and race politics around it. Let's put it that way.
OK, well, that's the power of the media in court cases. I'm just going to move on to Al Jazeera English, which from CNN you were approached. How did that transpire?
Well, so, you know, I think people around the world, countries around the world, you know, governments around the world, realising that having an international presence on television, and by then satellite had boomed, people had more access to media globally, realized that controlling the message or having some say in the message was probably a good thing. So a lot happened in one go. Channels like, Al Jazeera obviously wanted to create its English language channel, having had success in the Arab world and controversy, but success certainly in the Arab world with Al Jazeera Arabic. But, you know, RT, Russia Today started up, France 24 started up, Deutsche Welle developed its international arm as well, the German channel, and CGTN, CCTV9, originally the English language channel, which became CGTN. So global media was expanding like crazy anyway, and I think Al Jazeera wanted to have a presence. Interestingly, unlike the other two launches with which I was involved, we weren't part of a big network and using their facilities. With us, it was just, you're on your own, you start out. Though we had the resources and the funding, was very good. But we were not part of the Arabic channel in any way, which made it a product from scratch, completely from scratch. That was a very interesting time. Probably the most interesting kind of launch I've ever been involved with.
Yes, and having to build trust in a Middle Eastern news organisation in a time, obviously, the Gulf War, etc. What was the biggest challenge in actually creating an aura of integrity in a new source of media?
What was interesting was I opted to be because we built 4 hubs. The headquarters was Doha, which was the main hub. There was Kuala Lumpur in Asia. We had London, an obvious place of it, and then Washington, D.C., because, of course, that's such a big hub for global power. So I opted to be in D.C. because I'm not a manager, so I wasn't involved with the management. I avoided it as much as I was a director, the founding director. But I actually ended up doing my shows out of D.C., so I would have more guests on set and have access to the US ambassadorial crowd, the US government and people. And it worked out very well that way. But what was interesting was, of course, we were bringing the Al Jazeera brand in English to Washington, D.C. when George Bush was in power. And he, Donald Rumsfeld, all the people around him hated the Arabic channel. So Al Jazeera was always being described as Osama bin Laden's network, the terrorist network, and so on. And here we were as the English version. But the beauty of it was, I mean, I was with Colin Powell, General Colin Powell, who was, as you know, Secretary of State as well. He was with me at an event in Malaysia with Mahathir Mohamad, and he said to me, I haven't seen you on CNN for a while. I said, actually, I'm involved in launching the new English language Al Jazeera. And he said, oh, you guys gave us so many problems. I said, well, it wasn't us because we're not there yet, you know. But then I saw him a year later, and he came up to me at a meeting where there was a big gathering I was moderating with Hillary Clinton and now the late Richard Holbrooke, and he actually walked up and said, it's excellent, it's the best thing I've seen. So, you know, it was good that we could vindicate ourselves. I think people are learning to have less fear when it comes to, even with Al Arabiya. You know, the name Al Arabiya is an Arab description of Arabia, if you like, the Arabian maybe. So it's good that the West is learning to become more comfortable with non-Western branding.
So speaking of the Clintons, you have interviewed them. Is there a great deal of fear, or how do you prep for interviewing a president?
You know, I've been lucky. Obviously, there are protocols, there's respect that's needed, and I've learned to treat people as people, from the lowliest to the highest, as human beings. But obviously, I have to reflect in my work and my approach with them and to them that I recognize their position, the protocols that are needed around there. So I'm very respectful. I have friends who are ambassadors who I have dinner with and call by first name, and we're buddies, if you like. But I would never refer to them in that way in public presence, because I have to respect their position and not kind of bring it to our relationship. So my approach is to treat people as people, and the same even with presidents, even the US president. One thing that Bill Clinton, and to some degree Hillary Clinton, did was make it easy for the media. Bill Clinton had a gift of making a person feel like they were the only person in the room. When you stopped, you know, hey, it's good to meet you, you know, and you're there, locking eyes, and he maintains eye contact, and it's quite unique. I've not known many people who can do that. Hillary Clinton's a strong character. I interviewed her as First Lady and then as Secretary of State. She actually requested to come on my show on Al Jazeera, showing we had some validity and the validation from the US government. But the preparation is always the same as for any interview. Learn as much as possible about the subject. Learn as much as possible about not just the person, but the subject, meaning the topics. And because, you know, you could interview the same person 5 times, but you may have 5 different angles on 5 different stories with that person. So it's preparation and getting to know what would be the right way to approach the questioning to make it as unique as possible, because everyone's getting a chance, you know, in some cases to interview these kind of people. Yeah, it's preparation is the big thing.
And in terms of the media landscape, it's changed a lot over the past 4 decades. We're very much into the digital zeitgeist. How have you found your experience at Al Arabiya English? You've interviewed the likes of Andrew Tate, RFK Jr., these people who comprise most of the comments, especially on YouTube. They're very divisive characters. How have you found the transition from, I suppose, traditional legacy media into the digital zeitgeist?
Well, in all honesty, I don't think I've undergone any transition in every sense. I think what it is that I've stuck with my tenets of journalism, which is to do the job properly. Now, there's 2 sides to it. There's the content and there's the delivery platform. Now, the content has varied a lot because the delivery platforms have changed, whether it's in duration, you know, short TikTok videos, for example, or Instagram, Facebook. All the methods of delivery, YouTube has provided the opposite, 3-hour interviews, you know, and podcasts. So I think content is still content, and the delivery platform often determines how that content is delivered, but journalism should be journalism. Now, this gets into a whole deep mire of what is real journalism. We can talk about that in a second. But for me, it's been very hard to get used to using social media, only because I'm still stuck on the traditional ways of doing things. I mean, I was taught at the BBC to leave out adjectives in writing content, whereas obviously for colourful, well, leave out content in adjectives in news. Really, that's what it is. So that the story doesn't get a nuance or a bias. If you call one example I give, for example, is where with Donald Trump, a lot of the time, the media has just taken the liberty of saying, even traditional media channels have taken the liberty of saying things like, he's making baseless allegations. Now, it's not, in my opinion, it's not for the journalist to say he's making baseless allegations if they're already saying he's offered no evidence, for his claims. So it's a balance, really. But the social media has been very interesting because it's incredible how powerful it has become in influencing people. And Andrew Tate's a prime example. I was in Chicago, in a store in Chicago, where two young guys came up to me and said, "You're the guy who interviewed Andrew Tate." And I was thinking, they don't watch Al Arabiya for sure. They don't probably watch any news. But when they do a search, the interview with Andrew Tate comes up. So it's a really interesting situation to be in, where the power of social media, where it's not necessarily verified or qualified, is greater than the traditional media in so many ways. But then traditional media, that's another conversation, has slipped in its own direction and lost its legacy and its validity.
Agreed, and I think a lot of that validity actually has been lost by legacy media over, as you said, I suppose, the polarized nature. We don't have to name names, but we all know the networks that, as you said, they're quite brash in their unbiased nature. So the one thing about yourself I can say, having worked with you now for 18 months, is that it really is a skill, and as well I think it's a lost art, having an objective view, or to try not, as you said, to overly use adjectives when describing a story.
Training has disappeared to a large degree in the traditional media, and I think that's a key factor in getting people to understand what is the right way to approach a story and what isn't, and why it's important to have sources to authenticate the content. Just simply saying anything for sensation is not the way to do proper journalism. But you see, what's also interesting is that it is difficult to be up against these social media platforms that can put out so much. Where the traditional media went wrong is, as it got onto satellite and became 24-hour and had to fill time, it becomes very expensive to gather news. Generally, putting reporters into the field, crews, accommodation, travel, all this stuff is expensive. And news used to be a lost leader for many channels. It was mandated by charters and conventions that these channels had to have news, which is why they did it. But they made their money through programming, entertainment, and so on. They could afford to spend on news. Now, news channels, which may have to try to prove they're making money, or at least not go into deficit, the easiest option for them is to just simply put talking heads on. And that's where a lot of the main channels went wrong, is they started to just get opinion makers or opinion offerers, I guess, and commentators on to talk. And that way, the content seems to develop its own bias. That's where things, I think, have largely gone wrong, is that it's less about the news gathering and news reporting than it is about commentary and opinion. And that's where the biases come in, whether perceived or real.
Do you think the media has now prioritised clicks over truth?
Well, it depends which media you're talking about. I think clicks mean everything to someone who's making money from them. And I'm pretty sure that, in many cases, there's no real care given to whether or not it's authentic. This awful expression, take action and apologize later. Better to actually do it and then apologize than to ask permission, is really what's guiding a lot, I think, of people. They'd rather, not ask permission and just apologize later.
So across all of the networks and the eras that you've worked in, what are the guiding principles for a young journalist now, in your mind?
I think to be an authentic journalist, it takes the time and trouble, or the person should take the time and trouble to learn the craft, which means training. It actually means training how to write, because there's one side of it, there's the content, in terms of truth and whatever, but there's also how to present a story. So there's the writing aspect of it, there's the journalistic aspect of the writing, which is the fact-checking, the authentication of the content, and so on. And then there is the critical thinking when it comes to sources. for journalists to really understand what is real and what is not, they have to be able to think critically. And what's been missing for a long time is people being taught to think critically. I remember going on a course that was done by this brilliant guy. He made us all as journalists. It was just to illustrate something in the early days of the internet. He made us all go online on computers and read a story about Martin Luther King on a website. And it starts off, you know, Martin Luther King, who was a pioneer, or not pioneer, but sort of leading figure in the civil rights movement, blah, blah, blah. And we're all thinking, okay, this is a site about Martin Luther King. But as he pointed out, we were all easily drawn into but what people didn't know about Martin Luther King was this, this, and this. And it was basically eventually starting to question a lot of his ideas and ideals and principles and so on, and starting to insert more and more negative content about him. And it was actually a site that had been set up by a neo-Nazi white supremacist group. But it was easy to suck in people with. That's like advertising, you know, you get drawn in by something really nice at the top and then suddenly someone's trying to sell you some bizarre stuff, I don't know.
Yes, of course.
So authenticating critical thinking.
Yes, and in terms of legacy, what interview are you most proud of?
That's an interesting question because I'm always asked who's your favourite interviewee, and of course that can vary on who's in my mind at the moment. It could be Peter Gabriel, who I was a huge fan of as a musician. It could be Stephen Hawking, because that was a phenomenal interview to be able to do.
What was he like?
Well, this was the interesting thing. I often get asked the question, do you, when doing an interview, give questions out in advance? And I said, well, no, we never did. Traditional media says, look, we're happy to tell you the topics and cover certain areas because, you know, the interviewee should know what it's about. But we wouldn't give out questions. I said, there's only one person I ever gave questions to in advance. And most people don't get it. A few did. And I give the clue, I had to give them 2 weeks in advance because that's how long it took him to type out with his little, you know, lens on his cheek with the twitching his cursor along the computer and to do and we got 10 minutes with him. And I remember at that time my producer saying, well, 10 minutes, what are we going to do? That's not enough for a show. And I said, would you give up 10 minutes with Stephen Hawking? I wouldn't, you know. So that was fantastic. I was very proud of that, in all honesty, because, again, he was so frozen physically that it would be easy to be distracted and not look him in the eye. But when someone is staring at you that way, it takes quite a lot of, you know, holding it together to be able to look them in the eye, these crystal clear blue eyes, you know. That was a great interview, I must say. I really enjoyed doing that one.
Just lastly, I'll just finish on, what advice would you give to any young journalists now in the world?
Well, first, you know, decide on the platform that you're going to choose. Because if you're going to go for a traditional media channel, that's got its own kind of path. But if you're going to go down the path of social media or down the path of creating your own channel, very possible nowadays, and not a bad way to start, actually, I think it's important to take the trouble to learn as much as possible. Now, the beauty of what we have now is we have the world in our hands, on our mobile phones. There is so much content out there from which people can learn. You know, if you want to learn the piano, you can learn it watching YouTube videos. It's really interesting. So take the trouble to look at media training courses, learn how to do the job properly. And that way it prepares you not only for traditional media, but also for social media, where at least you can say with some authenticity that I've done some preparation as a journalist, not simply gone for the clicks or influencing, you know. It's a tough one, but I would say that's probably the best advice. Learn the craft.
So you've just stated that Stephen Hawking, he was your favourite interview. Who would you like to interview? Who haven't you ticked off the list yet?
There are loads. I mean, I would gladly interview President Trump. People say, why would you?
Because if you're watching Donald.
Well, I was going to say, they would say, you know, those who don't like him say, why would you? Those who like him say, of course you'd want to. As a journalist, my job is not to judge the person so much, but to get to the story and get to the person as much as possible in terms of my questions. Always difficult with someone like him because obviously he's very much in charge with his media management. But Barack Obama, I wish I'd managed to interview him. It would have been very interesting. I did find it very funny that Zach Galifianakis, the comedian, interviewed him on his show, Between Two Ferns, and his opening question was, what's it like to be the last black president of America? It'd be great to do a satirical show, I must admit. But I would say, yeah, people like that, they in terms of US presidents, definitely. There's almost no one I wouldn't want to interview in that sense. Anyone who has an influence on the way the world's news cycle is being shaped, Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky. All these people are valid interviewees for me because they're part of that news story. Then there are the people I actually also enjoy interviewing, which are, the quirky Hollywood actors or Bollywood actors, and I've done all those as well. It's been really interesting because, again, I don't want to just simply do a kind of little puffy piece on their latest movie. I want to find out about the person, and I've had that benefit too with some of the shows I've done.
Yes, and what was the worst interview? Now, obviously, kind of working in the media, we've all had stuff where maybe the cameras didn't work or maybe the guest didn't turn up. Is there anything in particular, a bit of a blooper that stands out in your mind?
I can actually tell you this because it haunts me to this day. During the former Yugoslav war, Vuk Drašković was deputy leader in Serbia, and he actually was one of these interesting characters who flip-flopped a lot when it came to his views, which I thought was also quite unique because you never knew where he was going to stand on an issue. But I had gone to London to do the interview from the office there, and we had a situation where it was bouncing off about 6 satellites. So there was a 7-second delay between me asking the question and him hearing it, and then him answering and me hearing the answers. And that's the satellite delays, mostly minimized now, especially with the internet, but they were the biggest nightmare, biggest nightmare. And so the problem I had with him was that I was asking him what Serbian troops were doing right then in Kosovo. And his answer were basically about how Serbs had been persecuted down the centuries. And I said to him, look, we can talk about history afterwards, but right now, the question everyone is asking is, what are Serbian troops doing in Kosovo? I won't be held back on this, but of course with the 7-second delay, it was the most cartoon-like interview. And it was 7 minutes long. I remember that because I got off the set and someone said to me, oh, I'm glad I didn't have to do that. It was literally like that. So it was a combination of difficult interviewee, difficult logistics and technical issues, and just physically exhausting.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt. It's a lot harder than it looks. I can attest to that. You've also interviewed a very controversial figure, Andrew Tate. We went to his house in Romania. It garnered a lot of views over the 2 videos. I think it got close to 3 million views. What was your reaction to him? He seems very much a different person when the cameras switch on.
Yeah, well, that's the case with many people, actually, and especially in the case of someone like Andrew Tate, who's obviously a very smart guy, whether you agree with his views or not. He's a very smart guy because he can handle things on the fly. But what was interesting is my style of interviewing is conversational, not argumentative, and that's what he's more used to. So it was quite fascinating to have him, find himself, I think, on the spot a little bit with questions that just required a simple answer and, not an argument. So one I remember is, where I asked him, do you believe in gender equality? Because he was talking about the roles of men and women and his influence on young men and, the controversies over him with women. So I said, do you believe in gender equality? And he started to sort of answer it, but then was wondering whether he was going to get trapped into some things. And he just said, that's a trick question. So that was an interesting, because I wouldn't have expected that a little bit. But he's obviously very different off camera. He's less about the charged energy and wanting to kind of shout and be aggressive with his viewpoints. So always a fascinating interview with someone like that. And, having seen him in Dubai recently, he had a massive group of people who'd come to see him.
He had a meet and greet, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And we went along. One thing that surprised me is that we'd done a number of Vox Pops that were, obviously, you asked people there, what do they think of him?
Yeah.
And I was surprised there was a number of women who were quite outspoken in their support of him, which was surprising.
Again, but you see, as a journalist, we shouldn't make assumptions in the sense that, all women dislike him because there are cases against him pending, which involve women and accusations of rape and trafficking and things like this. We shouldn't assume that all women hate him in the same way we shouldn't assume all young men like him. He's a divisive character. As a result, there will be people on both sides. But that doesn't, stop it being an interesting interview and interesting to hear people's perspectives. And yes, some women were there saying that they found him inspirational. One of the young women said about how, for her, he was inspirational in his thing about, being a strong character or making money or being fit or so it works for some people, I guess.
I have to tell one anecdote there. So we were prepping in Andrew Tate's house for the interview. We were going over the questions, and he had this enormous dog. I don't know, was it an XL bully? Horse. It was like a small horse, honestly. So it approached Riz. I'm setting up the cameras, etc., making sure everything else is all right. And then I get a call from Riz. He goes, Mihal, can you get this dog away from me, please?
Well, I was trying to make some last-minute notes, and this dog was like looking for attention, very friendly actually, but it was massive, so of course it was pushing me out. So I was trying to get you to look after it, and I could just see you sweating behind the camera there.
Yeah, he said, Mihal, can you move this dog for me? I said, Riz, I certainly can't move that dog. I think if you stop stroking it, it will leave you alone. That's what I
should have got your saddle. You could have ridden it.
Yeah, oh my God, absolutely. So I will just end on, what would be your advice to a young journalist who's trying to make sense of the world in a post-truth world?
So there are a couple of things to consider. Things change very quickly, and the platforms change very quickly. I mean, if you said to someone, get your stuff onto Facebook, they'd look at you in horror now, the younger people, because it's like, well, we don't even go to Facebook. And everything shifts the whole time. It was Facebook, YouTube had its own kind of weird area, and now it's become huge in terms of people creating channels. So I would say two things. One, look at the direction in which you want to go as a journalist. If it's the mainstream media, there is a particular path. If it's creating your own content, being a content creator as they are now, you have a lot of freedom that way. It's often a good way to start because it can be a good way to practice the skills, because the traditional media usually wants trained people. Since training is hard to come by, formal training, whether you're going to university, college, whatever, there is a lot of content out there. On the internet. We have the world at our fingertips in terms of knowledge and information. Learn the craft. There's enough out there to teach you the craft so that at least you as a journalist can be authentic. Learn, what is involved in authenticating material, validating it, checking, whether it's fake or not, checking whether what sources are the right ones to go to for the right content. Because that's another factor. There's so many sources of information now. Being able to filter and sift through them to get the right content, to make your own content authentic, is a challenge in itself. And learn to think critically, because that's the big thing that's missing nowadays. People aren't taught to think critically. It's like grab whatever is sensational, grab whatever gets clicks. I guess the advice is don't worry about the clicks, at least for now. Worry about being authentic and getting the skills, getting the craft right.
Are journalists still important in the modern world?
Yeah, hugely. But how journalism is presented now has become very difficult to gauge for a lot of people, which is why they go for characters. There's an old golden rule, people watch people. So people like Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson, all these who were with main networks, they've gone independent. They've got their own channels now, and they know they can take an audience with them because people watch people. That was something, it took a lot of channels time to learn, because they always said, well, the star is the news, which it is true, it's true. But what they've realized now is that people watch people. So journalists are very important, but I think what's important is those journalists have to be properly trained and be authentic in their work.
We're just out of time, Riz. I could speak to you all night. Thank you so much for your time and your insights.
My pleasure, Vihal. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Part of the fun of the movie is like these guys, they're not special. They're not as special as like Captain America or Thor. They don't have those abilities. They don't have, you know, the moral compass that they do. So finding those things is what was special about the movie and special about playing the character and radiating those things that make them special. Really fun to do, and I think we achieved it. So, but yeah, that's what makes it special, is how not special we are.
A great day. It's electric here. It's like finally here. It's honestly, I feel so proud of what we've done, and it's just amazing that the day has finally come. It's kind of surreal. What's so special about my character? She can disappear and come back again. She phases. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. She also has a really cool new suit. Her suit in this is pretty epic. I think it's amazing. It lights up and everything. Her personality is very, 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 very dry, very cold. She doesn't play well with others. She's very much a lone wolf. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that happens in this movie.
There's a lot of stunts, different kind of stunts that I'm used to doing. You know, I did a lot of stunts on Top Gun, but that was a lot of flight-based stunts, and so this was very physical. And that was really hard, but it was also really gratifying to work on not just like how you look, but how you're going to be able to actually do these stunts over and over and over and over again. So the actor, you just better be up to speed, otherwise you're going to fall behind and you're going to mess the whole thing up.
We tried to make a movie about, you know, an internal struggle that I think everyone deals with at some point or other in their lives, and I hope that, along with all the fun and the action that goes with it, if that connects for people, that would make me very happy.
Being in a limo in Utah desert was just so funny. We're all in the thickest and the hottest super suits ever. We're in the desert in a limo that does not have air conditioning, and we're in it for 20 minutes at a time shooting a scene where none of us can hear each other. It was hysterical, and we all went crazy that day. Kind of like how I jumped off the building with the delicate leg. It's pretty nerve-wracking. I fought so hard to do that stunt. I was emailing heads of companies and productions like every week, basically being like, if we do this, it will mean this, 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 and this. And I'm grateful that I was allowed to do it, but it's still kind of wild that I was allowed to do it. I mean, we broke three records. Heidi Moneymaker was the stunt coordinator who did the stunt, the first female stunt coordinator to do a stunt that high. My stunt double first stuntie to do a stunt that high. I was the first actress to do a stunt. Like, we did it all.
Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
There's some big threat out there, and you are gonna help me stop it.
Wait, us?
Yeah, you.
Jake, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you so much. Congratulations on this film. These characters are an endeavor. They're endearing and crazy at the same time. They must be a joy to play with.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I mean, these actors, can you believe it? I mean, they're just so impressive. It really makes it easy to build team dynamics and get into that depth because they have so much to give.
Everyone here has done bad things. You can't escape the past.
So you can do something about it now, or live with it forever.
What do you feel was their main source of inspiration, them as actors, and obviously for you at the helm of it? Was it the comics? Was it the fan expectations? Was it what Thunderbolts mean?
I think when you have actors like this, I think, you know, they want to be given material worthy of their talents. And we really just tried to think about like what a story would be that would be fun and obviously function as a summer blockbuster and give you all the things that you expect from a Marvel movie, but also some things that you don't expect. And some real kind of internal character beats and really struggling with things that feel, you know, more relatable in a human context. Like that was always the kind of excitement about getting to have a cast like this.
You thought you were going to be some great saviors? You can't even save yourself.
We can't do this. No one here is a hero.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When you have actors of that caliber, do you let them give more essence to the characters, or they have to stick to a script, or it is a collaborative effort?
It's absolutely collaborative. Yeah, we had 2 weeks of rehearsal before we started. And, you know, that rehearsal is really less about putting scenes on their feet and here's how we're going to do the beats, and much more just about conversations and going through each of the scenes, really making sure that we're all on the same page. And, you know, I think with actors like this, of this caliber, if they tell you that there's a beat that they don't understand or that they don't think feels honest to the trajectory the character is on, like, you really should listen to that, because they, you know, obviously you're trying to create a story from a overall perspective and you need it to go certain places, but they really ground you in that core character perspective, and the script improves so much in those last few weeks through those conversations and really making it more and more their own.
When I look at you, I don't see your mistakes. That's why we need each other.
Okay, that was really good.
We are the Thunderbolts!
Can't call ourselves that.
God, thank you.
I assume they worked together as a real ensemble, as in they hung out together, they discussed it together, they lived it together, right? It seems like those kinds of people.
Yeah, no, it was so much fun on set. Like, people hung out and, you know, different actors know each other from different, you know, projects that they've been on, both in the MCU and out of the MCU, but the camaraderie and the chemistry really formed very, very quickly with them. It was great.
This has makings of team that can rise to glory.
It is always important to keep the real ratio between the characters, the real life sets, and visual effects. So, how important was that for you on this one, and what did you focus on the most?
In every aspect, we always just tried to do as much kind of practically as possible. And in the end, look, there's a lot of beautiful visual effects in the film that are made better by being paired with real sets and, you know, shooting as much in camera as you possibly can. And I think from a design perspective, we tried to scale down the sets to a level that we could just build all of. And these were massive, massive sets, but that's because we weren't relying on, oh, we're just going to build this corner and then we'll extend the rest of it in CG. So that way, when you're watching an emotional scene, you're not focusing on the edging from the green screen on the background of their heads. There's nothing to really take you out of it. Like, they're in those places. And for them too, like, they're stuck in that vault and it's dark and, you know, it's oppressive and it feels the way it would feel for those characters. So I think, you know, everything goes with everything else like that. The performance informs the design informs the performance, and all of it adds up to something that hopefully feels more tactile.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thanks so much. Yes, you too.
This team can be the heroes on the Wheaties box with a little giddy toy.
I'm sure you guys are having fun doing this together. Hello.
Yeah, we are.
I can imagine. Well, it feels like it was also the vibe of the film. I mean, this was a real ensemble of the we're always hanging out together kind.
I mean, sort of. It wasn't like we were like living in the same house, you know. Like, but we did have a couple of fun pool parties and stuff. But everybody had their own lives. You know, we're adults. Have kids. It would be weird to, you know, have sleepovers.
No spring breaks.
Yeah.
We played games as well.
Yeah. It was just fun. It was, you know, sometimes you have to like force it. You know, and like we just did it. And that's what I can say is like there was no forced anything. Everyone just really got along and had fun. But we weren't like playing Twister on the back.
God only knows the blood on your hands.
Pretty ludicrous coming from the dime store Captain America.
I'll have you know I was actually the official Captain America, so.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
Hannah, were you amongst the three the one that had the most physical action scenes, or it's just what I saw?
Oh, great. I mean, she's physical. She's definitely, I mean, we all had, I think I mean, all of our action sequences are amazing. I mean, your high kick is insane at the beginning. That was incredible. I was so impressed by you. But no, definitely Ghost, I mean, me, like, as an actor, like, the suit was, I mean, it looks insane. It looks amazing. I'm so happy and, like, proud of that suit. But it was a tough cookie to really kind of bake in and marinate in. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Oh no.
Who are you?
I'm Bob.
Who sent you, Bob?
Nobody. You were all sent?
Obviously, some of you already had the story with the characters. Others know the backstory of their characters. So how do you deal with that, with staying ahead of the audience and not divulging too much?
It sets a new tone. It did feel like it wasn't like everyone sat down and kind of had to readjust what their expectations were and then kind of surrender themselves to what they were witnessing, and that was kind of cool to feel energetically in the room.
Yeah, there was a lot of double looks after the premiere. It was like, good movie.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, they didn't quite know how to put it into words, but it was like, that was really good, and it, I think, makes them think on the way home, like, more about, you know, things in their life, and normally they would probably be thinking about on the way home from a Avengers movie or MCU movie or whatever, you know.
What has been the best fan reaction at the premiere so far?
I saw
that for me. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just saw a guy who was dressed fully as Bob in the scrubs that had been shot off.
You're like, how did you know?
I was like, how did you?
Oh, it was in the trailer. Yeah.
It was in the trailer, but he said Sentry was his favorite character of all time.
Really?
I would question if he was lying to me.
My favorite reaction was when, in the audience, when they applauded in a certain moment in the movie where we actually choose to do something good. And everyone, it was a thunderbolt moment, and it was like, yeah, you go, Glen Coco moment. You know, like, it was like, I felt very proud of us.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. On that note.
How crazy is it to think of all the monumental fights that happened exactly here where you're standing? Look at you. You are all so adorable. Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
Hello, Geraldine and Julia. Hope you're well.
Thank you. I hope you're well too.
How much fun did you have studying with you, Julia, with the delectable Val?
I had a delicious time. I had a lot of material to sink my teeth into in this particular film, and it was a real treat to play someone who is so power-driven and power-hungry and somewhat insatiable when it comes to power.
How did you work on the dynamic of the two of them, Geraldine and Julia?
I think it was just like it came organically for us.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think, yeah, we just, we all know this dynamic, I think, very well. I've, you know, worked for people before, and so I think it just sort of, we got to dig into that.
Improvisation is allowed in these things. We're talking about characters that, you know, readers know and then viewers know and then people talk about. But, you know, when you're Julia and you want to put your own flavor to her.
You know, there's a little bit of improvisation, but there isn't tons. It's very script driven and understandably so. And the strength of improvising can help you even within a script. So it's a skill set that's always in use, in fact.
Look at you. You are all so adorable. Just think, I send you down there to kill each other, and instead you make nice and you form a team. Who is this old Santa?
I'm Alexei Shostakov, the Red Guardian.
What?
And how important is humor in all this? Because, you know, these are action movies and dark characters, but, you know, the comic relief, I feel, is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that's what keeps us entertained. And I think that, you know, there's, you know, really kind of nuanced, darker moments, but also really like funny and silly moments as well.
Alexei, have you slept?
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
I'd like not to die today, so maybe somebody else should be driving.
It's always great to talk to the fans in premieres like that. So do they surprise you? Do you get surprised about, you know, how well they know things or how much?
Yes, I am in awe of the expansive universe of fans for this world. I just cannot get over it. Actually, I find it very moving that it's I mean, people are really invested in the stories and in the characters. I think that's fantastic.
How was the premiere last night?
It was a blast. We're a little tired.
Yeah, we're exhausted, but it was a total gas.
Well, thank you. My time is up. It's lovely to talk to you, ladies. Have a lovely day.
You too.
You too.
Thank you.
I click leave on porch. Your subordinates will be reported to DoorDash HQ.
Alexei, it's me. Open up.
Milena? Elena!
Hi, Dad.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you guys?
Good.
It must be fun for you to do the interviews together.
Yeah.
A little bit of catch up. But let's talk about those characters. They have so much story with you and so much backstory themselves. So is it a joy to take them on again?
Oh, yeah. They're such large characters. They're so big and they're so broad. And they are so flawed. And it's such a wonderful thing to be able to come back into this world and also have something to work with, to have pain to work with, to have history to work with, to have relationships that they're figuring out how they work this dynamic. It's a really enjoyable. It was a really enjoyable script to wrestle with when I initially got it.
And one of the interesting developments has been that, like, you know, last time we saw them, Natasha was in the picture, and now she isn't. And that's a big change in terms of the dynamic, the kind of father-daughter dynamics of his expectations of her, or his feelings about her, or his, it's just very, it changes things a lot, and they really went there and really let us play with that stuff.
Because it's so dark and they're such deconstructed people, how important is it to have a little bit of humor here and there?
I mean, it's crucial. You can't make these movies without humor, because otherwise it would be terrifying. It would be so scary for so long.
Yeah, and also, I mean, fundamentally, there's a little bit of a silly. I've always felt this about superhero costumes. It's like, you know, it's a bit like wearing drag or something. Like, it's like you have to acknowledge the form in a sense. It's like it's wacky. This world has a wackiness to it, and unless you're playing a little bit of that heightenedness, I think it can get. I think it can get a little. It can be even more silly.
Although Batman did it.
Don't they make?
Well, Dark Knight Rises, they don't have any. This, I mean, it's a proper movie.
I guess you're
right. It's like a serious, scary movie.
I guess you're right. I'm gonna rethink it. Actually, let's get back in the edit room. Some horns on these helmets.
Florence, how much is being strong like her and agile like her a way to kind of immerse into who she is?
She is strong. She is agile. She's very able. How is it being her? It's unbelievable. You know, when you start prepping for these movies, you are given all of the love by stunties, by props masters, people that want to give you their knowledge so that you can feel as prepared as possible. And it is just such a privilege to finally walk onto set and feel prepared, both in your body, both feeling like fit and healthy and have knowledge, so much knowledge about things that I would never have had before had I not played this character. And you honestly just get to work with some of the most incredible stunt masters, and then you go, oh, I know how to butterfly knife now. I guess that's a new skill. So yeah, when you step into these roles, so much work has gone into them, and you really feel proud of what you're putting in. You feel proud of the stunts that you're able to do. You feel proud of your stuntie. You just feel like you've got support, and that's the most wonderful thing that Marvel give you, is this wave of support that is never ending.
3, 2, 1, go!
So much fun.
David, the first scene where we see them together, it could have easily been improvised by you completely. So how much leeway do you have? Or you have to stick to the script?
You improvised the whole script?
That was just me. No, I mean, we do play around a lot. Yeah. I think you know, we worked on it a lot beforehand too, though. Like, we spent a lot of time developing the script when it came to us, and a lot of that input from Florence, from me, in terms of what, you know. So on the day, they do let us play around, and we had some fun. But it's a pretty it's a pretty, it's tighter than you'd think, actually,
Yeah.
in terms of like what we want to say and what wants to come across.
Thank you so much. My time is up. It's lovely.
Thank you.
Hey guys,
Have a lovely time. See you in there. Go Thunderbolts!
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as a city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history. from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. Jakarta, the huge sprawling metropolis that's the capital of the Republic of Indonesia. It is home to about 9 million people. It is located on the northern coast of Java and has expanded through the years, absorbing many villages in the process. You'll know the names of these villages from their main streets. Together with its many suburbs, Jakarta has become a megapolitan city. Jakarta is a conglomeration of villages known as kampungs, now crossed by main roads and superhighways. The city itself lies on a wide, flat delta, intersected by about 13 rivers. Popular is the Bay of Jakarta, with its large number of tiny islands, called Pulau Seribu, or the Thousand Islands. It is a tourist resort for swimming and snorkeling. Nearby are also popular volcanoes, Gede and Pangrango, with cool, majestic mountain resorts located around it. Jakarta is also considered the only seat of the national and provincial government. It is the political center of Indonesia and the hub of its national finance and trade. Because of this, Jakarta has evolved into becoming a dynamic city, often abuzz and full of happening. The city is also lauded for its gigantic malls. Marble-floored and always grander than your typical shopping centers, Jakarta's shopping destinations often have apartments nestled on top of it for convenience. Imagine just going down from your room to shop. One of the most popular is the Mangga Dua district. There are around 173 malls in Jakarta alone, each with a reputation of their own. You go there not just to shop, but hang out at the indoor cafes, restaurants, karaoke bars, or billiard lounges. In Jakarta, prices are also relatively cheap, so you can eat to your heart's content. Most recommended are its duck confit, the nasi goreng, or the nasi padang. Restaurants are also managed by young owners, mostly in their mid-20s. As a result, the vibe is always modern and fresh, and these food spots usually have comfy couches, hit music, and impeccable service. Restaurants aren't just for dining, but for staying and chatting for hours, even the whole day. The movie theaters in Jakarta are known to be one of the most luxurious in the world. Santiago, Chile's capital center. The city offers tourists with a bevy of museums, theaters, restaurants and bars, as well as events and entertainment. Santiago de Chile is also located at the country's center, making it a convenient springboard for when you want to explore the rest of the country. What's unique about Chile is that it allows you to ski and be on the beach at the same time. This is due to the capital's location, nearing the mountains and the Pacific Ocean too. Such a treat to be skiing nearby Andres and enjoying the beach as well. Santiago is fast growing and has about 7 million inhabitants in its metropolis. What to do in Santiago? Of course, there are the hikes and mountain climbs. The city, after all, is surrounded with many mountains for such activity. You can go for a simple day trip or try hiking up the peak and ski down too. The city is also great for wine tasting. There are many remarkable winery and vineyards around Santiago. There are also tours in English and Spanish for your convenience. You may also opt to explore the city via a walking trip. There are many parks, historical sites, and places for shopping. There are parks that give you a beautiful view of the city. Some up the mountains where they offer cable cars for you to marvel at the city below you. There are also botanical gardens, zoos, and swimming pools for the whole family to enjoy. Plaza de Armas is the main plaza, where you'll find the National Cathedral and the main post office. You may find spice and food stores around, and it's great to get to know what else they offer. Try dropping by during the day. The National Cathedral is where the beloved state of Our Lady of Mount Carmel is located. It's a breathtaking neoclassical style building with several interesting spots and views. It houses the crypts of many bishops, has several altars, and has the tomb of statesman Diego Portales in it. Access to the cathedral is free too. For the ultimate shopping experience, visit the Mercado Central. It is the city's thriving hotspot, with stalls that sell food, especially fresh seafood. Plus, there are lots of restaurants around to choose from. Need entertainment? There are lots to see. Jazz clubs, theaters, and dance concerts are scattered throughout the city. Make sure to catch one during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.